This handsome guy who looks like a CEO is our protagonist, Deculian von Greyhan-Eucline. If you had to describe him, you'd use words like super handsome, cold, ridiculously cool, rich, domineering, someone who scorns both nobility and commoners, praised as a magic prodigy in his youth and now holding the title of senior professor at the Magic Academy. Ordinary people would think he has a brilliantly bright future. But no, what awaits him in the future is only the road to death, because he is the antagonist at school, an infamous villain and one of the mid-bosses in a game. To save himself, Deculian must change the storyline. If you want to know the details of the story, please give me a like and subscribe to the channel, then come back to watch more. The story begins with a torrential downpour. At that moment, Deculian was leaning against a wall while a white-haired girl plunged her sword deep into his chest. Her eyes were vacant, like a cold-blooded assassin without a hint of feeling. She gently twisted the sword in her hand, widening the wound. This made Deculian unable to help but cough up a mouthful of blood. Yet, Deculian seemed not to feel any pain at all. He stared at her and thought, if she wants to kill me, she remains so beautiful and heartless. As he thought that, he raised his hand and gently touched that emotionless face. Then his hand fell limply downward. The last thing he said in his heart was, "Damn you." At the same moment, a notification suddenly appeared on the screen. Engagement cancelled. Request: Deculian's death. Congratulations. You have completed the stage. Looking at Deculian's death on the computer screen, a young man clenched his hands in excitement. Finally fixed the bug. This damn bug took dozens of iterations to fix. I finally managed to fix the bug that kept occurring in the engagement cancellation sequence. My name is Kim Woo-jin. I'm a game programmer, and I'm about to escape this endless overtime grind, Woo-jin said as he stretched, exhausted. To explain this, I have to mention a handheld game developer called REW. In the trash heap of Korea's handheld game industry, they suddenly rose up. Since their founding, they've only released top-tier games. Because of that, the company became famous worldwide. And the game I'm testing and fixing is REW's latest AAA title, a game worth as much as the whole company. In other words, this game will either take us to the top or push us into the abyss. The main draw of this game is its difficulty and a storyline that changes according to the player's decisions. Thus, even as a single-player game, it has an extremely complex plot revolving around named characters created by artificial intelligence. This novel approach attracted the world's attention. Moreover, there are many professions to choose from. Some are rare, for example, knight, mage, adventurer, demon hunter, noble, and even royalty. Players can become anyone they want in the game. That means if the game gains the recognition it deserves, we'll be swimming in money. But big rewards come with risks. If the company fails, it will be ruined. While we're here, let me explain why I've been working overtime for months. It's all because of this bastard, Deculian von Greyhan-Eucline. Profession: senior professor. Energy level: 3,357. He's the focal character in Deculian's death sequence, the sequence I finally passed without errors. Deculian von Greyhan-Eucline, an infamous villain and one of the game's mid-bosses. Because he's a major antagonist tied to countless roles, there's a whole pile of bugs that need fixing. But today, I finally managed to kill him without any trouble. This time his death was at the hands of his fiancée, who slashed him to death. But now it's over. Even so, he caused a mountain of trouble throughout the sequence. Woo-jin thought as he laced his fingers together and stretched to loosen his muscles. Then, at the same time, a girl's voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Woo-jin, how's the testing going?" Hearing someone call him, Woo-jin turned his eyes back and quickly recognized who the young woman was. "This is you, R.A., my lead programmer and also my ex-girlfriend. We were together for 7 years, and every moment was filled with joy. In truth, she's a workaholic, while I'm lazy. But what pushed her forward was finding work for me and forcing me to do better, to do more. But in the end, we broke up. I couldn't change, no matter how hard R.A. tried. It's been 6 months since we split. I heard there's someone new by her side now." Unaware of these thoughts in Woo-jin's heart, R.A. spoke up. "Congratulations. I heard you had trouble with a bug. Glad you got past it." In response, Woo-jin exhaled and said with a hint of sarcasm, "So you and your new acquaintance are doing well, huh?" Wu Jin's remark startled RA slightly, but then, she lightly admitted, in this company rumors spread fast. Yeah, I think it's going well. For Wu Jin, his eyes remained glued to the computer screen, but inside he felt a bit uncomfortable hearing RA say that. Then, wishing the two of them a long and happy marriage, Wu Jin spoke once more, and, as if used to the protagonist's personality, RA gave an awkward smile and said, "Don't be petty, focus on work." After saying that, she remembered something and reminded Wu Jin, "Oh, by the way, the scriptwriters said they want to change the setting and have us alter some character templates." Hearing this, Wu Jin truly wanted to smack the scriptwriter a few times. Huh? Again? They change it every day. The male lead complained once before he changed the subject to Deculian. Speaking of that character, he's really a mid-boss. Players can kill him early if they're lucky. In reply, RA had to nod in agreement. That's the game's draw. The deeper Deculian goes into the story, the stronger he becomes. Each player makes different choices, which increases the difficulty along the way. Did you know? This character was designed based on you. When shaping him, didn't you notice? Both of you have that overly cheesy, fake look. RA said with delighted laughter, while Wu Jin turned back to complain. But how many times have I actually met the scriptwriter? So each time you play, you kill him first. RA smiled softly. This revelation made Wu Jin glance and ask coldly, "What do you mean by that?" "Well, you two have the same personality." RA shrugged, while Wu Jin widened his eyes in thought. Really? I'm like that guy whose last line is "damn you"? Putting jokes aside, RA's voice grew serious as she asked Wu Jin's opinion. "Stop worrying so much. What do you think about the demo level?" In response, Wu Jin frankly shared his thoughts. "The game itself is fun, but I'm worried the company's survival depends on it." Behind him, RA heard that and shook her head slightly. "You don't need to worry about things like that. The gameplay trailer has excited people all over the world. It definitely won't fail." Returning to Wu Jin's viewpoint, he then looked down and noticed something. He spoke up to point it out. "Hey, is that your boyfriend standing down there? See? The person leaning against the car over there." Hearing this, RA also turned her eyes to look out the window, where a blonde guy was standing. Then she scolded him a little. "You're so late." Before she could finish, our protagonist urged, "What are you still standing here for? Don't make him wait. Go to him." Hearing that, RA was silent for 2 seconds before replying, "You're right, then I'll go. Good job today, Wu Jin. Bye." Wu Jin responded, but he didn't even bother to turn around. After his ex left the office, Wu Jin returned to his work. Back to checking Deculian. But is that scriptwriter serious? Is he based on me? He has 6 attributes. He's supposed to be both a prodigy and a mediocre mage. As a child, Deculian was praised as a genius and hailed as a magical prodigy. But in reality, he's much more mediocre than at first. So the mix of his pride and arrogance created the worst possible personality in a person. Honestly, at this point, can we still call him a person? They say the deeper you go into the story, the stronger he becomes. But ultimately he's surrounded by people who despise him, no exceptions. What else can I add to his personality? Subtle things. After all, I'm his inspiration. As he spoke, Wu Jin typed and clicked like a machine, and very quickly a trait called empathy appeared on the computer screen. Let's see. This trait is empathy. Will this give him sympathy or pity? Okay, leave it. At least people should feel more sympathetic toward him than me. Since I'm already doing it, might as well go all out. This one's good. I like this. And this one too. Add this one as well. Thus, Wu Jin began adding a total of 5 new traits to Deculian, including empathy, wealthy magnate, golden touch, keen perception, sturdy physique. At a glance, these are clearly excellent traits. After finishing, even Wu Jin felt a bit embarrassed for adding so many good traits to a character modeled on himself. Oh no, I accidentally added too many good ones. In hindsight, I shouldn't have done that, so I should restore him to his original state before anything happens. Return you to normal state, Wu Jin muttered and quickly typed on the keyboard. But at that moment a message suddenly arrived, startling him. Damn! What the hell? Who sends a message at this hour? He glanced at the message and became even more shocked. Wait, Is the scriptwriter? Wu Jin hurriedly texted back. Oh yes, what do you want to change in the template? Tell me and I'll fix it right away. The scriptwriter replied, No, I'm just here to watch. This message puzzled Wu Jin, unsure what the other person meant. So he texted, Wait, what do you mean? You mean you're here to check bugs with us? To Wu Jin's question, the scriptwriter sent an even stranger message. Haha. No, look out the window. Seeing that, Wu Jin curiously looked out the window and wondered. The window? What's there to see? That was what Wu Jin thought. However, the moment he looked out, his face froze. Above, black clouds churned and lightning flashed within them. Most strikingly, at the center of the clouds was a large hollow, like a deep hole. This made Wu Jin's eyes widen as he wondered. What is that? Why is there a hole in the sky? Then, from inside that hole, a massive bolt of lightning shot down, as if trying to split the earth in two. Wu Jin's vision shifted. Countless chaotic images flashed through his mind, making him wonder, what is happening? Hey, where is this? Who is this? A voice then rang out, remember this, always be vigilant. Deculian is not someone to be taken lightly. He may be down, but he can rise again at any moment. He's simply rebalancing the scale of his talent. After all, he's a despicable villain. Cut to an extremely lavish room, where a loud call echoed. Wake up! Get up! Wake up now, Deculian! The irritated shout made the young man lying in bed bolt upright. The speaker was a black-haired girl, staring at the youth with a face that looked like she wanted to devour him. How long do you plan to lie there? Can you even call yourself human? Not answering the reproach, the young man rubbed his face and sighed heavily. So that's it. It's been a few days since I possessed this body, but it still feels like a dream, Wu Jin whispered in a voice only he could hear. Meanwhile, seeing Wu Jin ignore her, the black-haired girl's lips clenched. Then she shouted, How long will you lose yourself over a woman? Are you trying to disgrace our family name? I've left the files here. If you don't want to be fired from the professor position you love, get up and work. With that, she stormed out of the room in anger. On his side, Wu Jin was still piecing everything together. A week ago, the night sky suddenly flashed, and I woke up in an unfamiliar place, inside a strange body. I can say I'm in the world of the game I'm programming. The familiar scenery only strengthened my suspicion. Additionally, I'm in the body of someone who cannot escape death, regardless of how this world's plot unfolds. The worst character of all. I've become the villain, Deculian. Pausing the story briefly, I want to unify how I refer to the protagonist. His real name is Kim Wu Jin, and the in-game name of the character he inhabits is Deculian, so I'll use Deculian. Returning to the story, Deculian carefully gathered the documents the black-haired girl had thrown to the floor and arranged them neatly. Meanwhile, he lay dazed on the bed, rubbing his face and thinking everything over. A week has passed since I arrived here. First, I thought it was all a dream, but as days passed, the sensation of being a living entity forced me to accept that this is reality. Having died like that, could I be experiencing some kind of afterlife? But in any case, what I'm certain of is, I'm the antagonist of the game in development, Deculian von Greyhan Yuckline. Deculian is the mid-boss in the game, whom players will face regardless of which route they choose. He is the enemy of many characters' parents and lovers, and the source of numerous events. I've become such a villain. The biggest problem is, I don't know which stage of the game I have appeared in. The only thing I know is the total mana I have, but I don't know how to use it. I can't defend myself in this state. I'm not joking, among all the characters, including Deculian, I tested playthroughs over 1,000 times during development, and Deculian survived in only one scenario. He truly is a villain created solely to fulfill his role as a mid-boss. Thinking that over, Deculian glanced at the stack of documents beside him. These were the papers the girl had left behind. They contained basic knowledge of magic and mana-related theory. Next, information about the black-haired girl quickly appeared in Deculian's mind.
Her name was Yeriel von Delon Yuckline.
The papers she left while I was asleep belonged to Deculian's half-sister, and she effectively served as the true lord of the Yuckline family in Deculian's stead. Also, she didn't have a good relationship with Deculian. The woman Uriel mentioned is probably Yulia. It seems there's something going on between Deculian and Yulia. If I recall, she mentioned a professor position. There's even a lecture today. I should go. Since I never taught in my previous life, I need to gather any information I can. And most importantly, these lines keep appearing. At that moment, a system screen appeared before Deculian. Main objective: survive by becoming a necessary character for the game. Side quest: teach at the academy. Reward: shop money plus 0.5. Whether he wanted to or not, Deculian had to haul his tired body out of bed. As he moved, he reassured himself. Whether it's for it or for Yulia, I have to act. She was one of the factors that caused Deculian's death, and the shop money is fairly important too. So how should I lecture? Of course I'm worried, but it'll be fine. After all, this body has a special skill. Understanding. Understanding, an innate skill that grants the user the ability to comprehend everything, can be activated by consuming mana. Before Deculian existed, I added this skill to him hoping he might become more empathetic. This is an innate special skill that appears in the latter half of the game, so it surely has some hidden uses. Lavish bath and wardrobe, but I can use them more naturally than I expected. It's as if I've always lived as Deculian. At first I thought these clothes were too ostentatious. Now they feel strangely elegant and comfortable. This must be the influence of Deculian's dignity trait. Everything seems to be telling me that this is your body. Honestly, I can't act against the manners this body expects. Things that Kim Woojin once found uncomfortable now feel completely natural. Even if it's just to gather information, attending my first lecture seems perfectly normal. I am an outstanding and worthy noble. Thinking that made Deculian break out in a cold sweat. He reminded himself, what the hell? Kim Woojin, a healthy Korean youth, rather educated and handsome, borrowing someone's final words before parting. A lazy, boring bastard. That's who I really am. Yes, I won't forget myself. No slacking. Scene change. Deculian silently reminded himself once more, then strode out. Outside, a driver and a very luxurious car had been waiting for him. When the driver saw Deculian, he bowed at a 90-degree angle in greeting. Seeing that, Deculian coldly and briskly climbed into the car. In his head he couldn't help but exclaim, "Goddamn, this expensive car. I don't think I ever rode in such an expensive car in my previous life. Damn, it reminded me of that time again. So frustrating." Deculian gritted his teeth, thinking of the image of Are's new boyfriend waiting for her at the company below. Then, when Deculian glanced to the side, he noticed a brown-haired youth whose hair shadowed his eyes. Curious, Deculian wondered inwardly, who is this kid? Beside him, the youth, startled to see Deculian looking his way, quickly greeted him. "Good morning, Professor," he said, handing a stack of papers to the protagonist. This made Deculian quickly use his mind to deduce the boy's identity. It seemed he was Deculian's secretary or assistant. Probably. Thinking that, Deculian took the papers and asked, "Are you a mage?" Deculian's unexpected question made the brown-haired boy exclaim in surprise. "What? Huh? You've been teaching me for nearly 3 years." "Ah, no, I'm just kidding." Deculian shook his head. After that, while heading to the academy, the protagonist checked the stack of documents. These materials, I thought they were lecture notes, but they turned out to be a script I only needed to read. The lecture content had been prepared from start to finish. I mean, there's no way this incompetent, arrogant Deculian would prepare a lecture himself. This kid must have done it for him. Thinking that, Deculian felt a bit flustered and said, "Well done." However, the moment Deculian said that, the student startled and cried, "What?" Deculian didn't speak much and only instructed, "Rest until we arrive." "Yes, I understand," the student replied hurriedly, while the driver inwardly wondered in surprise. He praised someone just now. Back to Deculian. His face wrinkled and he broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of absurd personality is this? My stomach twists just from one compliment? So this is Deculian's nature. I had sensed it before leaving the mansion, but it feels like my mind is being influenced by Deculian's personality. The protagonist murmured, and not long after, the sleek black car stopped, accompanied by the driver's reminder, "We've arrived, master." From the back, Deculian said little and quickly opened the door to step out. Before him stood an expansive architectural complex with towering buildings. Within the campus, countless students walked about, a sight that left Deculian overwhelmed. So this is Deculian's workplace, the Royal Academy. The lecture hall to go to is Rodeo Auditorium. Time passed quickly. Cut to Rodeo Auditorium. Inside, the hall was packed with students. They chatted excitedly. "Finally, I can attend Senior Professor Deculian's lecture." Hearing that, another asked, "Is he the genius who analyzes incantations?" In response, someone more informed added, "Not only that, I heard he's a prodigy." Before the students could discuss further, a voice rang out. A figure appeared in the room and called for attention. "All eyes on me." Immediately, the students fell silent.
I am Deculian von Greyhan Yucklein.
"I have been assigned this lecture as a senior professor of the Mage Tower." With the cold, aristocratic demeanor, Deculian calmly said, "Then, let us begin." His handsome bearing began to make the female students in the class swoon. "Wow, he's so handsome. And smart too. So cool." In another corner of the auditorium, a girl hearing those words gripped the paper on her desk. Her hand trembled with excitement. "Cool. Haha, we finally meet." Her eyes filled with hatred. "That filthy scoundrel Deculian, my father's enemy?" she said, staring at the protagonist with a piercing gaze. Returning to the strange girl's thoughts, memories of the past surfaced in her mind. 3 years ago, my father committed suicide. After years devoted to researching exegetically scriptures, he took his own life from the shock of having his thesis stolen. The person who took my father's thesis was celebrated by the public as a genius of scripture interpretation. Yes, I'm talking about that bastard Deculian. But there was nothing I could do. After my father died, I lost everything. Once a noble, I lost not only my family but also our lands and all the assets we owned. In the end, I had nowhere to go. It was then that I swore to myself, I will take revenge on that scum. After that day, I worked tirelessly day and night until I was finally admitted to the Royal Academy, where Deculian teaches. I know something the other students don't. His skill at interpreting the scriptures is just a facade. All the glory was stolen from my father. After destroying my family, how can he be so calm about it? The one who should be standing in that position is my father. I want to expose his lies and kill him immediately. But now, if I want to overthrow him, I need to prepare much more for a perfect revenge plan. The young woman thought this, her whole body trembling with rage. Still, she tried to calm herself, unaware that while she was overwhelmed by those emotions, our protagonist was calmly introducing himself to the students in the class. "Attention, everyone. I will begin the lecture. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a senior professor at the Mage Tower, a Grand Mage class wizard, the one who can command the elements. I have been assigned as your special instructor." Wizards are divided into 11 ranks, with Grand Mage being 4th from the top. By now, you must already know this, but magic is mainly divided into 3 attributes and 9 schools. The attributes include origin, the foundation of magic; element, the makeup of matter; and material, the medium that conducts mana. As for classification, there are summoning, spirit forms, destruction, support, control, durability, enchantment, harmony, and finally specialization. That's why a wizard must blah blah. Returning to Deculian's perspective. While lecturing the students, he thought inwardly, things are going more smoothly than I expected. Not only is this my first lecture, I'm also teaching magical theory, a subject I'm unfamiliar with. Even though I'm only reading from a prepared script, it seems I grasp the entire content thoroughly. The dignity and dominance traits draw every gaze to me, while the elegance trait keeps me from feeling awkward under that attention. Instead of feeling pressured, it becomes natural. Deculian's traits truly make him a fitting lecturer. With that thought, Deculian focused on his lecture. He explained, mana has different uses depending on the body part that stores it. Usually, wizards store mana in the brain, the place where spells are easiest to visualize. On the other hand, swordsmen store mana in the heart, the organ that pumps blood throughout the body. And finally, the dantian is the most suitable mana reservoir for everyone, as it has a strong connection between internal and external forces. What I'm saying is simple. Effort is important, but if talent isn't enough, careful choice and focus are also essential. Saying this, even Deculian reminded himself, that is indeed sound advice for Deculian. In reality, Deculian is not an overly talented figure. Although he currently has 3,375 mana points, there's still a character whose name starts with over 30,000 starting mana. The one who should heed this advice most is him. It's laughable. Anyway, this is just a pre-written lecture. With that in mind, he announced the end of the lesson. That concludes today's lecture. One last thing. As he said this, the protagonist's voice suddenly stopped. He hesitated inwardly. I'm hesitating over this line. Do I have to read it? If I were the real Deculian, I wouldn't read it. Deculian wants to be himself, not be influenced by the game's body's personality. So he asked the students, "Any questions?" Hearing this, the students glanced at each other and shrugged. It seemed no one had any questions, which relieved Deculian a little. Good. It seems no one has questions, he murmured and prepared to end the lecture. However, at that moment, a gray-haired girl suddenly stood up and shouted, "Professor Deculian! A strange spell was discovered in the mage dormitory last night. Some call it the work of a demon. As a genius of scripture interpretation, what do you think about this?" In response, Deculian glanced at her and asked, "Are you really affiliated with the Mage Tower?" Across from him, the gray-haired girl was a bit startled, not fully understanding Deculian's question. "Excuse me, why are you asking that?" Deculian explained, "If you are truly from the Mage Tower, you should have introduced yourself first. I will not answer questions from an impolite child like you." Deculian's reply made the strange girl stare wide-eyed, but our protagonist seemed unconcerned and immediately turned toward the door he had entered. He even thought, "Sorry, but there was no other choice. I just realized how much mana the knowledge trait consumes. It cost 1,300 mana just to understand this lecture script. Who knows how much mana a spell I've never seen before would require." Inside the auditorium, those nearby who watched the girl scolded by Deculian whispered and laughed among themselves. "Heh heh. She tried to get attention but failed." These mocking words seemed to anger her further. Then, as if not ready to give up, she continued, "Wait, the mages refused to explain it, saying it's just a false rumor, but I believe you, Professor, can identify the type of spell. I formally request an explanation of this spell." Having said that, she immediately used the mana in her body to create a crooked green magic circle that floated above the classroom. And with just one glance at it, Deculian's mana dropped, leaving him with only 360 points. Above, the gray-haired girl continued, "Some apprentice mages stayed in the dorm to analyze it but have made no progress. If you could give us a hint." Before she could finish, Deculian interrupted, "This is a barrier magic. No need to give you a hint. This is barrier magic of the enchantment school. Someone tried to imprison you within it. That's all." Saying that, Deculian coldly left the room, leaving the gray-haired girl stunned. And for completing his teaching task, Deculian also received 0.5 shop points from the system. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the Mage Academy's dining hall. At this moment, the gray-haired girl was still irritated, recalling Deculian's earlier lecture. What an annoying man. I wanted to expose his fraudulent exegetically skill with that unknown spell, and instead he called me rude just because I forgot to give my name? I thought I would die of embarrassment, but he must have been surprised trying to wriggle out of the situation. He called it enchantment magic. Enchantment magic is very complex, so it usually requires an intermediary object. How could it be enchantment magic without an intermediary? What I showed him was an exact copy of the anonymous standard magic drawn on the main door of the dorm last night. Although people were initially quite confused, it became reference material for the newcomers. "I know he's lying," she muttered. Then, from the back, a red-haired friend came running up, out of breath, calling, "Ephraim! Ephraim, the magic formation from last night. We figured it out. When we restructured the incantation into a barrier, I was truly astonished. We were too scared of the professor to ask anything. But you're really brave. On hearing this, Ephraim looked dazed. Huh? Wait, you mean, it really was a barrier spell? To confirm, the red-haired girl nodded brightly. Yes, Professor Deculian is amazing, isn't he? How could he know it's enchantment magic without an intermediary? Thank you, Ephraim. We'll file a report about this. We'll definitely put your name on it. Thanks. Ephraim replied awkwardly. Even so, she still seemed unable to accept that Deculian had really identified the magic. No way. That's impossible. It must have been a lucky guess. In the end, I only boosted his reputation. Thinking that, she took a paper out of her bag. Knowledge of elemental magic, advanced class, 5 credits. Instructor, Deculian von Greyhan Yuckline. Looking at the paper, Ephraim pressed her lips together. She thought, a lecture by Deculian this term. They say that if you know your enemy and yourself, you will never lose. I'll have to steel myself if I have to face that bastard every day. Just wait, Deculian. I'll expose you soon. Ephraim told herself this, and a blazing anger began to rise within her. Back with Deculian. Although he had left the classroom, he couldn't help feeling shaken inside. That was almost a disaster. The moment I looked at that magic, my understanding trait accidentally activated, and just looking at the interwoven lines of the magic circle was enough to drain all the mana from me. I still don't know what kind of magic it is. Even if I had twice my current mana, I couldn't comprehend its rules. But at least nothing bad happened. As Deculian was thinking this, a voice called out ahead. Long time no see. The voice caught Deculian's attention, and he quickly recognized who it was. The person had white hair and bright eyes, a face he'd seen many times on his computer screen.
Julie von der Frieden.
She is Deculian's fiancée and a renowned figure destined to reach the peak of the knight profession. He hadn't expected to meet her here. Up ahead, Julia greeted him. How have you been lately? Deculian replied with an icy expression. I'm not sure. Let's say I'm fine. For some reason, Deculian's answer seemed to anger Julia. Her brows tightened as she demanded, You say you're fine? Even though you broke the promise we made just a week ago? Back to Deculian's perspective, he had no idea what promise she meant. What promise? I don't know what you're talking about. It's best to dodge this. Thinking that, to avoid more trouble with someone as dangerous as her, Deculian coldly walked past. I don't remember. Now, before he could finish, the knight stepped in front of Deculian and said coldly, Are you planning to run away? Like before, Deculian sensed that Julia was determined not to let him go. So he had to stop and speak. It seems I forgot because of my fever. Could you remind me what we promised each other? At Deculian's question, images from last week began to form in Julia's mind. At that time she had said to Deculian, Promise me, if you are honest with yourself and confess your pride and arrogance, I'll marry you, even if this world falls apart. Thinking that her trust had been betrayed, veins stood out on Julia's face. She gritted her teeth and said to the man before her, It seems I was wrong to trust you. You may go on. Hearing that, Deculian glanced back at his fiancée for a moment, then immediately walked away. Then I'll be going. Meanwhile, behind him, Julia's teeth were grinding so hard they made a sound. She recalled her betrothal to Deculian. My engagement to Deculian is for the sake of advantage. Deculian is a talented mage, and I am a talented knight. The union of the two would certainly be beneficial for politics and lineage, her brother had said. Because both the Yuckline and Frieden houses have royal blood, no one opposed this marriage. Even Julia accepted it at the time. It's fine, for the family's sake. Even if I don't love him, I'll accept it. That was what Julia thought then. However, the two houses soon discovered a truth. Deculian's talent never actually existed. Perhaps he didn't want to admit it, but he had deceived everyone by claiming to be a genius at analyzing magic and became a professor. But what must happen eventually did. Over time, many began to doubt whether Deculian's talent truly existed. The prodigy of magic, the youngest senior professor in the history of the Tower of Magic, Deculian had shown no progress since the exam 3 years ago. After several incidents, He no longer boasted of his achievements. Yet, despite discovering this, the Yuckline and Frieden houses still tried to hide the truth. Probably because they didn't want to become the subject of gossip. They didn't want their flaws exposed. But I could not let it go. I can accept a loveless marriage, but I cannot forgive deceit. That is my creed as a knight, that's all. He had agreed to it, but now, he doesn't even remember that promise? Yulia whispered. Her hand began to clench until it trembled. The Royal Academy, the Tower of Magic. The Royal Academy is the best institution in the game, and the Department of Magic is the top faculty. You could liken it to the Medical School of Seoul National University, and the Tower of Magic as its affiliated hospital. Scanning the surroundings, even Deculian nodded in admiration. It looks nice, a large campus and meticulously tended gardens. It reminded me of one of the universities in America. How many nights must the game design team have spent creating this atmosphere? I could have enjoyed it more if I were in a different body to experience this campus. At that moment, suddenly someone was sprinting toward the protagonist. Deculian sensed it immediately. His face darkened, and he reflexively swung his elbow back, hitting the person who had rushed up and sending the papers he was carrying flying everywhere. And the one who had run up was none other than Deculian's assistant. I'm sorry. I'm rushing to see the professor here. Deculian recognized his identity too. This is that kid from before. I thought it was an ambush, he murmured inwardly, then asked, "Oh, are you Zoro?" "No, it's Alan," the assistant replied. The exchange made the atmosphere between them a bit awkward. A few seconds later, Deculian hesitated and continued, "Must have been my mistake." "Ah, yes," Alan answered, a little puzzled as to who Zoro was. Next, the scene cut to Deculian's office. He was reviewing the documents Alan had brought and asked, "So this is the reason you rushed to see me?" Alan nodded and explained, "Yes, Professor. This is the list of sponsors for this year's new mages." His words made Deculian quickly understand the situation. The Tower of Magic is equivalent to a research institution in the real world, so money is essential for developing magic. Professors at the tower sponsor new mages they deem worthy. Then, while scanning the applicant's information, Deculian suddenly noticed someone's entry glowing. "This name is glowing. I think it's because of Deculian's attributes. He possesses the wealthy magnate trait, rare. Described as a born tycoon and exceptional financier, with an unparalleled instinct for things of value. The more information provided, the more accurate your intuition becomes. The sharp vision trait, rare, describes the ability to perceive visually with acute insight. Mana points and similar elemental attributes are mainly used to link with other traits rather than alone." Back in Deculian's perspective, he quickly inferred, with this phenomenon, it's surely the combination of wealthy magnate and sharp vision. I think the factor behind this name will bring in wealth. There were a few like that, but she was the brightest. At that moment, standing before Deculian was the gray-haired girl, Ephraim. "Oh, that's another familiar face. Ephraim Luna, that's a well-known name in the game." According to the developer who designed her, Deculian had taken her father away. However, why does Ephraim Luna have no sponsors at all? Deculian asked involuntarily. To this question, his assistant Alan scratched his head and explained awkwardly, "Ah, e perenne Luna." "I think people are afraid." Not letting him continue, Deculian nodded. "I understand." After saying this, Deculian thought to himself, "It seems people worry about what she might do if they sponsor her. Let's see. She has enough talent to enter the Tower of Magic without the Academy." However, this Ephraim Luna is Deculian's enemy. No, rather, Deculian is her enemy. If I let things play out just like in the game, I'll meet the same end, death. A system notification appeared. Skill. Villain's destiny description. Everyone wishes for his death. However, what doesn't kill him will make him stronger. In the game, Deculian dies in many ways. Stabbed in the heart, stabbed in the head, poisoned in wine, blown up to death. Whatever the method, the fact of his death does not change. If I want to live, I must choose differently. A choice the original Deculian would not make. With that in mind, after about 2 seconds of thought, Deculian began to sign the paper, then handed it back to his assistant Alan. "Alan, submit these, and borrow some books. I plan to write a few things before going home. Ah, yes, Professor. Goodbye, his assistant Alan replied and hurried off to borrow the books. Once he saw him leave his office, Deculian fell into thought again. I need a lot of money to survive. Money can prevent many deaths. Investing in a mage is one way to make money. However, that's still not enough. Countless names in this world hate me. They will kill me whenever they get the chance. To survive, what I really need is an escape. I need to become stronger. However, Deculian's talent is only average. In this situation, I can't properly deal with the threats to come. I can't survive the countless deaths still waiting ahead. Although I have one advantage, my attribute. Deculian can't control all 4 elements as he boasted, but he certainly has potential in manipulating earth and fire, along with his talent for manipulating magic. And from combining earth and fire to form metal, Deculian developed a special trait called the Midas Hand. The Midas Hand, unique rank, consumes the user's mana to unlock a target's potential. Thus, Deculian's talent for controlling metal allows him to manipulate swords that float by energy. Thus, Deculian's metal control talent lets him command energy-suspended swords. However, this is certainly uncommon in this world. What I lack in raw power can be compensated by manipulating the properties of metal. But to accomplish all that, first I must learn how to control things. I have to learn to manipulate objects. Let's test it. No sooner thought than done. Deculian placed his hand on the basic manipulation magic guidebook before him. At the same time, he activated his understanding attribute to learn faster. At that moment, a fierce energy poured out from him and formed an extremely complex magic circle in the air. Next, a storm of information began pouring straight into Deculian's head, causing sweat to run continuously down his face. The contents and incantations of the mental ritual flowed directly into his mind, but quickly the process ended. To test what he had just learned, Deculian glanced at the pen beside him and tried to focus his mind. Sure enough, shortly after, he was able to make the pen float in midair. Our protagonist was quite pleased with this result. Now I've memorized the basic mental ritual and no longer need an incantation to cast it. Seeing something I only saw in the game realized like this, even if it's only basic, if the result after first learning the skill is this good, once I learn advanced remote control magic, I'll reach nearly the power I want. But now what should I do next? Can I inscribe magic circuits across my entire body? In this world, the larger a magic circuit is, the more powerful it is. Then, if I understand my body well with the understanding attribute, not just the brain but the heart, I can enhance my object control ability by engraving magic circuits over my whole body. Of course, there is a chance my body could be overloaded or suffer side effects. But this body has an attribute called Iron Man, granting its owner top-tier physical capacity and innate bodily potential, allowing me to withstand those side effects. This can only happen to me in this world. My remaining mana is currently 800, which should be enough to try a bit. With that thought, Deculian began to experiment directly on his body. The book in his hands erupted with a violent light, and then countless strange characters began flowing inside Deculian's body. Immediately, Deculian felt a terrifying pain surge through him, an incomparable agony, as if every bone in his body were shattering and each muscle being torn apart. However, Deculian did not flinch. He would not utter even a groan, for that was the refined composure a noble must possess. Time passed quickly, and finally the process completed, leaving Deculian with exactly 1 mana point. His whole body trembled from the pain. I feel utterly exhausted. I failed due to lack of mana, but I gained something. Now I have a magic circuit on my shoulder. At this rate, it will take about 2 weeks to inscribe them across my entire body. Time passed swiftly. 1 month after Deculian's lecture, today was the first day of class. The scene shifts to the Tower of Mages, where the students had gathered and were intently reading the wooden notice board posted by Deculian. I, Professor Deculian, want to assess your abilities. Bring me any results you obtain from this area. This place is saturated with elements, suitable for your experiments. After reading it, the students were surprised, turning to each other and whispering, "This is different from what the upperclassmen told us. Are all his classes like this? Think about it, he just expects us to self-study using the guideboard. So we have to do something with the elements? Is that why we're here?" Where is Professor Deculian? The group asked anxiously. Elsewhere, Ephraim frowned in annoyance and blamed Deculian inwardly. What an irresponsible man, telling us to self-study on the first day. What kind of bastard is he? No sooner had she finished speaking than a blonde girl came up from behind and bumped into her. The girl hurried on without offering any apology. This irritated Ephraim, and she was about to snap at her. However, the moment she saw the blonde girl's face, Ephraim fell silent as she recognized who it was. It was Sylvia von Josefine Ilade. Across from her, Sylvia tilted her head slightly toward Ephraim, but then turned away and walked off. This left Ephraim staring blankly, wondering, she doesn't recognize me? Time passed quickly. At that moment, Ephraim was building a small castle with her magic, like a child playing in the sand. Yet Sylvia's earlier dismissal still nagged at her. What happened? If I'm not mistaken, that girl is definitely a member of the Ilade family. 10 years ago, the Ilade family, fearing my father's and my potential, used their soldiers to surround our manor and threaten my family. So why doesn't she remember me? Before she could find an answer, her little castle suddenly began to collapse under a strong gust of wind. Huh? What's happening? It feels like mana is being drawn away somewhere. Ephraim frowned, looking around to investigate. Sure enough, Sylvia was using her magic to construct a huge castle. Ephraim's small castle was being sucked toward it by Sylvia's spell. This made Ephraim angry, and she demanded, "Hey, what are you doing? Do you realize you're taking everything I gathered? Hey, are you even listening to me?" Ephraim shouted, but the other girl remained silent. This made the gray-haired girl so furious that she trembled. What the hell is wrong with that brat? Why isn't she responding to anything I'm saying? However, Ephraim was perceptive. A normal person, even a stranger, would at least react. But Sylvia showed no response to any words. Ephraim quickly concluded that Sylvia was doing it on purpose. With that thought, she smirked and said, "Hey, why are you pretending not to know me, Miss Sylvia?" In front, Sylvia's shoulder twitched slightly at the remark, and of course Ephraim saw it. Just from that, the gray-haired girl was certain Sylvia recognized her. She continued, "I thought so. There's no way you don't remember me. After threatening my family and forcing me to abandon magic, are you afraid I've come to steal all your attention?" Across from her, Sylvia coldly denied it. "I don't know you." Hearing that, Ephraim angrily shouted, "How dare you look down on me now?" In response, Sylvia turned and stared at Ephraim with a sharp gaze. "I don't know you, but I know your father, that arrogant noble. I heard he's dead." As soon as the words left her mouth, Ephraim clenched her teeth. Her eyes filled with extreme fury, like a bomb ready to detonate at any moment. And as expected, the surrounding students began sensing a massive magical fluctuation and turned to look. "Huh? Look!" a male student exclaimed. At that, everyone simultaneously turned their eyes and discovered Ephraim had focused energy into her fist and lunged straight at Sylvia without thinking. She shouted, "What did you just say? Say that again." Ahead, Sylvia quickly used her magic to form a barrier to protect herself. Ephraim's attack struck the barrier directly, producing a deafening explosion in the air. The group of onlooking students were pushed back by its force. Only when the blast subsided did panicked voices begin to rise. "What just happened? Is anyone hurt?" someone asked anxiously. By their gazes, Ephraim was now gripping Sylvia by the hair and demanding, "I told you to repeat that. How dare you insult my father?" Before she finished, a student in the crowd sensed a strange magical vibration and shouted, "What is that? What light is that?" Hearing this, Ephraim paused. She looked behind and discovered that, somehow, a spatial rift had appeared, emitting red-black energy. The entire group of freshmen panicked and screamed. Even Ephraim, who had been so fierce moments before, broke into a cold sweat at the sight. "It's a rift. Yeah, it's where my mana and Sylvia's mana collided earlier. It's sucking everything around it in." On the side, a student who realized the urgency shouted, "Hey, it's about to explode. Run now." Hearing this, Ephraim felt her heart drop. "No, if it explodes, metal shards will fly like stray bullets and everyone here will die." she thought. However, she had no way to stop the rift. A few seconds later, the black hole detonated, releasing an extremely powerful shockwave. The ground around it was ripped into fragments. Seeing this, Ephraim gritted her teeth and used magic to raise a protective shield for everyone. But then she suddenly felt an unusual silence. What's happening? Why is it so quiet? Has it stopped? Ephraim wondered as she looked ahead. What she saw was the cold, cool figure of Deculion standing there. All the fragments hurled outward by the explosion were suspended in midair, motionless. This made Ephraim startle and wonder, huh? When did he get here? And why did the explosion debris stop midair like that? Unaware of these thoughts among the students, Deculion began to command all the fragments to converge. They swirled like a flowing stream, emitting brilliant colors that left the students in awe. The moment they saw Deculion use telekinesis, everyone around gasped in admiration. Because they were all trainees studying magic, they couldn't help but appreciate the beauty of the spell. It was an enchanting magic whose beauty no one could deny. Returning to Deculion, after he tossed the entire pile of fragments aside like rubbish, our protagonist grew cold and said to the assembled students, "Attention! Today's lesson ends here. Everyone except those who caused this incident, leave." Seeing Deculion's icy expression, Ephraim swallowed nervously. "It's over. I'm done for," she thought. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the interrogation room. Because the disturbance caused by Ephraim and Sylvia nearly got the whole student body into serious trouble, the academy immediately launched an emergency investigation. And as the professor responsible for that class, Deculion was present. Outside the entrance, a portly man saw Deculion and greeted him cheerfully. "Professor Deculion, you arrived early? As expected, your seriousness sets an example for all mages." That man was Retlon, professor of spirit studies. The man behind him was Reelin, professor of auxiliary arts. In response, a girl wearing a mage's hat tilted her head and said, "Welcome, Professor Retlon, Professor Reelin. Sorry for summoning you without notice, and thank you for coming so quickly." This girl was Adeline Sigilian, president of the Royal Academy of the Magic Tower. Hearing this, the two professors nodded and took their seats. Then a woman entered the room and snapped acidly, "So, who is it? Who dared lay hands on the Alade family's young lady?" In answer, the portly old Professor Retlon chuckled. "From what I've heard, it's just a lowly brat, not even enrolled in the academy. Truly a person of dubious background, but I also heard Professor Deculion handled what could have become a major disturbance satisfactorily." "I've heard the same. Quite impressive," Professor Reelin chimed in. From Deculion's perspective, with his ability he could read Retland's true intentions with a single glance. He was flattering on the surface, but all the professors here were skilled at swaying outcomes, so the result of the disciplinary hearing was essentially already decided. On one side was Sylvia, daughter of the powerful Ilade clan, while on the other was a fallen noble, in reality a commoner, Ephraim. It was obvious which side they'd take, so I must change the outcome of this disciplinary meeting. Earlier, I had seen a swelling crimson aura emanating from Ephraim. Only I could see it because of my sharpsight trait. It signaled the emergence of a villain's fate. If I can't change the outcome, my death will draw nearer. Returning to the interrogation, after waiting for everyone to assemble, a voice announced, "The disciplinary hearing between novice mages Ephraim and Sylvia will begin now." On this side, the portly Retlon, not waiting for anyone, boomed, "How dare you two brawl within the academy? If not for Professor Deculion, someone would have been hurt. Why did you two fight?" In response to his question, Ephraim could only lower her head and say bitterly, "I can't speak." "What?" Retlon frowned and asked curiously. Meanwhile, Ephraim glanced up at the professors seated above and pondered. "That bastard is watching from somewhere above, so I couldn't say anything. Sylvia looked down on my father and had been driving me mad in a cunning way, but I couldn't possibly say that in front of that enemy." Thinking this, Ephraim's tears kept falling. She felt as if the whole world was against her. Unaware of Ephraim's inner thoughts, Retlon saw her crying and not only showed no pity but shouted even louder, "What are you playing at? inferiority complex, or what? You should know the clear gap in status between you and Sylvia, and yet you dare to brazenly ignore that. Below, Ephraim only clenched her hands tightly upon hearing this and said nothing. Seeing this, Retlon turned to Sylvia and urged, "So, Sylvia, speak." In reply, Sylvia recounted the whole incident. During class, I accidentally ruined her work, which led to the dispute. After hearing this, the professors grew angry and began to murmur among themselves. What? Then Sylvia didn't do it on purpose? And Ephraim used that as an excuse to cause a scene? How dare that lowly unknown brat? Can't she control her temper? Chairwoman, we should expel her. We cannot tolerate that attitude and violent behavior. Below, Ephraim's teeth began to grit at the continuous remarks from the professors directed at her. So cold, I have to endure these crude insults at a simple disciplinary hearing in the academy. All the criticism is aimed at me, and I can't give any explanation. No one will stand up to defend me anymore. Everything feels so cold. Deculian, it's all because of that name. The more she thought, the more hateful her gaze became. On the other side, Chairwoman Adeline, seeing that everyone had reached consensus, made an announcement. If that's the case, it seems everyone has decided. Professor Deculian was present at the scene. Let's hear his opinion before reaching any conclusion. Hearing this, Deculian spoke up. I, Deculian, ask you as a senior tower professor and a member of the disciplinary committee. Do you think you are not at fault in this matter, Sylvia von Josephine Ilade? Upon hearing this, both Ephraim and Sylvia were startled. Then Sylvia blankly asked back, Pardon? Deculian's voice rang out again. Let me ask again. Do you truly believe you're not at fault in this incident? Hearing this, Ephraim genuinely didn't understand what was happening. Not only her. Portly Retlon also stammered in confusion. What are you saying, Professor Deculian? Ignoring his words, the protagonist kept his icy gaze fixed on Sylvia and made it clear to everyone in the room. You surely could have prevented that incident, but you did not. Or perhaps the ability everyone has such high expectations for you was actually insufficient to do so. Deculian's resolute words left Sylvia stunned. But then she reacted very quickly. She immediately bowed her head and took responsibility.
I'm sorry.
To be honest, I didn't stop her because I wanted her to get into bigger trouble. Beside her, Ephraim widened her eyes and thought, What? Why did he not ask me but ask Sylvia? No matter how you look at it, this is my fault. She then cast a suspicious glance upward. Meanwhile, Portly Retlon thought similarly and advised. But even so, Professor Deculian, the fault isn't with the defender. The attacker is to blame, isn't she? In response, Deculian turned to him with a cold look. If you consider the context, the fault lies with me, the one who taught the class. Professor Retlon, do you want me to take the blame? Of course not. I only thought that would be inappropriate. Retlon hesitantly replied. To Ephraim, Deculian's words made her even more astonished. He had even dismissed the professor who sided with Sylvia. Why did he have to go that far? Could it be to protect me? Ephraim wondered inwardly. Then, to break the tension, Chairwoman Adeline clapped her hands to draw everyone's attention. All right, they're children. Friction is how they grow. These kids are just novice mages, so instead of arguing over who's to blame and belittling them, let's let this one slide. This time, no one will be disciplined. You both may go. The chairwoman's declaration made Ephraim's hands clench and tremble. Instead of feeling relieved at not being expelled, she felt anger. What? I was fully prepared to be expelled. The Deculian I know certainly wouldn't do this, but then why? Ephraim wondered. The scene cut to the professors. With the inquiry over, they drifted out of the room. Meanwhile, portly Professor Retlon took the chance to flatter the protagonist. Exactly as expected from Professor Deculian, you have a special way of analyzing things. It's all for the students. However, before he could finish his sentence, Ephraim below, unable to contain her curiosity, stood and said, Professor, I have a question. Countless thoughts ran through Ephraim's mind. If he remembers the Luna name, and if he knows my father, and if he knows that he suffered his whole life before ending his own life, after saying that, She bowed her head anxiously to ponder. But, supposing Deculion does remember, what if he withdraws his decision to protect himself? Even so, if he doesn't remember my father, wouldn't that be even more painful? The more she thought, the more anxious Ephraim became, awaiting Deculion's reply. But Deculion did not disappoint her in his answer. You don't need to ask. Don't waste your talent on things from the past. Having said that, our protagonist immediately left, leaving the gray-haired girl standing dazed alone. I knew it. Deculion knows about me and my father. If not for that, he would have no reason to help me. Surely Deculion felt some responsibility and decided to assist. So, he helped me out of pity? Thank goodness. Turned out he had not forgotten. And if he still remembered me, I'm satisfied with that. At least for now, that's enough. As she thought this, tears streamed down her small face. Ephraim moved, wiping her tears away. Thanks to the shift in her feelings, Deculion also overcame the variable death and received 2 shop coins. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to Sylvia. She was picked up by a blond man in a convertible. His name was Giltheon von Ludwig Illade, Sylvia's father, a telepathic mage and head of the Illade family. Having heard the whole story, he turned to comfort his daughter. That? Well, you don't need to worry about that child anymore. Ephraim Luna truly has talent, but she missed her chance. Behind them, Sylvia stared blankly at the surroundings, thinking back to a memory. 10 years ago, on the aptitude test day to enter the academy, it was the first time Ephraim and Sylvia met. After the test with the magic orb, the old mage was stunned by the light it emitted.
Impossible.
Both of you have the talent to become archmages. Around them, others who heard the result whispered to each other, "What, those 2 kids from our territory? What's going on?" The reason everyone was so surprised was because of that archmage level, the pinnacle of the magical world, the immortal, eternal level, an existence at a degree even an emperor cannot reach. Those who attain that level are called archmages and are recorded in the continent's history. However, normally only 3 people can become archmages in an era. It doesn't matter what kind of mage they are or what they specialize in. That's an unchanging law of mages. At that time, aside from Demican, the first to reach the eternal level in this era, there were 2 spots remaining. However, one of those 2 positions was essentially reserved for Adeline, the chairwoman of the Magic Tower, the strongest candidate for archmage. In other words, Sylvia, the heir of the Illade family, and Ephraim, the daughter of the Luna family, a branch house, must compete for the remaining slot. I could understand that without anyone explaining. That day, I learned the real reason the Illade family was oppressing the Luna family was because of me. It was to help me become an archmage instead of Ephraim. Becoming an archmage is my wish and my destiny, Sylvia told herself. Yet when she thought of Ephraim's earlier words, "Are you afraid I'll surpass you?" Sylvia felt a bit annoyed but quickly reassured herself. "No, I'm just overthinking." Ahead, Uncle Giltheon seemed to sense his daughter's worry and smiled. "You don't need to worry about that child. You should be wary of Deculion. He's not a simple man. He may be struggling now, but he was called a prodigy in his youth. He could rise to the top. No one knows." Sylvia clearly absorbed her father's admonition. "I know." Professor Deculion saw through my trap. At that moment, I had clearly caused Ephraim's mana to vanish. I set a trap so that when it touched Ephraim's mana it would detonate. The bigger the explosion, the more trouble she'd be in. But Deculion immediately saw through my plan, even though I had checked for signs of observational magic in the area. At that time, he forced me to compromise. Instead of saying it was my doing, "I know everything. Do as I say." That was a threat, but I still had to accept it. I thought he was just someone with above-average talent. But unexpectedly, he's so deep. What kind of person is he, really? The more she thought, the more sweat broke out on the young girl's face. Her hands trembled uncontrollably from stress. Time passed quickly. A few days later, the scene shifted to Deculion's mansion. At that time, our protagonist wore an elegant outfit that highlighted his nobility. It seemed Deculion was preparing to attend a party. Outside the room, a man's voice reminded him, "It's Roy. Are you ready?" Deculian replied he'd be out shortly. After that, the driver drove Deculian to the party in his expensive car. Inside the car, the protagonist quietly thought about Ephraim. I was right to support Ephraim. Because of that, I eliminated a variable death and received shop money. I didn't expect the new mage who questioned me to be Ephraim, but she has the highest hostility toward Deculian. Of course Sylvia may still resent me regardless, but I had no other choice if I wanted to save myself. With that thought, he paused briefly and steered the conversation to today's trip. Social events, I want to avoid them. However, I can't miss the chance to earn more shop money. With that in mind, he glanced at the system screen beside him. Side quest. Attend the New Year's flower event. Reward. Shop money plus 0.5. Seeing the quest, Deculian reminded himself, I need at least 5 more shop coins to access the shop. So I must check if any notable figures are at this event. Soon after, the carriage stopped at a grand castle. When Deculian stepped inside, 2 valets at the door bowed to greet him. Welcome, Professor Deculian. Without paying it much mind, as he entered the great hall, Deculian didn't forget his purpose and glanced around to see if anyone could help him earn shop coins. They all looked like high nobility, and I also recognized many famous people I knew, especially Ehelm, the one I personally designed. Coming here was definitely the right choice, Deculian murmured inwardly. At the same time, an older man behind him quickly noticed Deculian's arrival and hurried over to greet him. Look who's here, isn't this Professor Deculian? My daughter is in your class. Around them, other guests who heard this also turned and surged forward, like sharks spotting prey. Oh, Professor Deculian. I've always wanted to meet you. Facing a crowd crowding toward him, Deculian had to retract his earlier thought that coming here was the right choice. Before Deculian could greet the nobles in front of him, a voice grabbed his attention. Ganesha, I read about your deeds in Continental magazine. Beside him, the older man was about to invite Deculian to dinner, but Deculian raised a hand to stop him and scanned the area as if searching for someone. I just heard someone say, Ganesha, get to know her. She'll have an important turning point in the plot. This is the best thing I can do today, but where is she? I heard her name somewhere nearby. I need to seize this chance to meet her. Thinking that, Deculian looked around. At the same time, on the second floor, a girl dressed like a captain was also staring at him. She was Ganesha, the 5th strongest character at the story's start. Back to the protagonist's viewpoint. After a moment, he spotted Ganesha's figure. She must be nearby. There she is, the woman with a red ponytail, wearing a mock explorer's outfit. I need to hurry, Deculian told himself and quickened his pace. However, it seemed fate wanted to block him one step. At that moment, some random blonde guy came to bother him, stopping him in his tracks. Professor Deculian. The one approaching was the blonde Ehelm. His full name was Ehelm von Girion Rewind, a commander-level mage of the royal family. Ehelm slowly approached Deculian and spoke nonchalantly, as if they were old friends. Oh, impressive. Senior Professor Deculian remembers me. What an honor. It's been a while. How's your research going? Suddenly, but I've heard some rumors. Deculian frowned and asked, What are you talking about? Ehelm replied with amusement. Oh, nothing. It's just that your research hasn't progressed in 3 years, and some people doubt your abilities. If you need help, I'm willing to offer it. Back in Deculian's perspective, as the creator of these characters, he immediately guessed why this blonde had approached him. So he's here to provoke me? This guy was Deculian's rival at school. They were close once, but after losing the senior professor post to Deculian, he became envious. Deculian would have been bothered at first, but such provocation meant nothing to him. In fact, Ehelm wasn't entirely wrong. The rumor had truth to it. Thinking that, Deculian glanced up to the second floor and realized Ganesha's figure had vanished. She's gone. Ganesha's disappeared. I lost track of her because I stood here listening to that idiot. Behind him, unaware that Deculian was furious, Ehelm kept talking like a machine. If you stay so arrogant, no one will like you. Back to Deculian. By now, he could no longer restrain his anger. He slowly moved closer to Ehelm and warned coldly. Hey, Ehelm, enough of your nonsense. Get lost, bastard. With that, Deucalion left, ignoring the stunned Helm behind him. Damn it! I have to find Ganesha before she leaves the party and get to know her. Otherwise, my plan will collapse. Deucalion muttered inwardly. Time passed quickly. At this point, the protagonist still hadn't found the strong woman. Instead, he had to spend time shaking off the crowd that wanted to talk to him. Phew, even though I lost a Helm's Tail, there are still many idiots blocking the way. That's why I hate these parties. Deucalion sighed in annoyance, but then, suddenly a voice called from beside him, Professor Deucalion. Hearing the familiar sound, Deucalion looked toward the caller, and to his surprise, the one calling was Ganesha herself. In front of him, Ganesha looked at Deucalion with a teasing glint and said, Did we just run into each other by chance? Or were you looking for me? Deucalion didn't answer immediately, still taken aback by Ganesha's attitude. Of all times to run into her while hiding from those lunatics. More importantly, are Ganesha and Deucalion acquainted? Thinking that, he gave a wry smile and replied, I'm just lost. That answer made the redhead burst out laughing. How funny. I knew you were looking for me. You have something to tell me. I'm sorry about that mission, but I returned the mission fee and supplies. Can you let it go this once? From that remark, Deucalion immediately deduced. It seems Deucalion and Ganesha are connected through some mission. Unaware of these thoughts in the protagonist's mind, the adventurer continued. I'm sorry I didn't bring the magically gifted children you mentioned. No, it's not that I didn't bring them. I grew attached to them, so I couldn't give them to you, she said with a complicated expression. Meanwhile, our protagonist still didn't understand the full story. I don't know what she's talking about, but it seems Deucalion has done this many times, trying to make up for his shortcomings with talented children. Turning back to Ganesha, her tone shifted slightly and she asked, Let me ask you something. How long do you intend to live like this? Her voice was full of sarcasm, and the question made Deucalion thoughtful, bringing back many memories, until when, before I entered Deucalion's body, he had listened to the temptations of useless people, destroyed the trust around him, and hurt many people for his own benefit. However, I'm different. Saying that, Deucalion rested his hands on the balcony, looked into the distance, and said calmly, From now on I'll live differently. To Ganesha, her earlier remark was pure sarcasm at Deucalion. Yet she received a completely unexpected reply, leaving her staring at the protagonist in astonishment. I didn't expect that. I thought you'd kill me for opposing that secret mission and running off. You're worrying too much. The male lead waved his hand, secretly admiring Deucalion's foolishness. He actually seriously tried to kill Ganesha, the top fighter right now? He must have wanted to die. I knew nothing about Deucalion at first, but Ganesha could kill anyone with a single hair. Her attributes were an immortal body and mastery of martial arts. She was a warrior who had reached the pinnacle of combat. Because I'm him now, Deucalion couldn't send an assassin to kill Ganesha. If he had, he'd probably be in a coffin by now. It's a bit different from what I expected, but I still achieved my goal at this networking party. There's no reason to stay here. Thinking that, Deucalion no longer wanted to linger at social events like this. So he told Ganesha, I'll come back, so don't worry. Ganesha, curious as he started to leave, asked, Are you really leaving like that? Is that okay? No assassins or killings involved. I'm not free. Deucalion replied coldly. That remark left the redhead momentarily stunned. Back to Deucalion. As he walked, he was mulling over a few things. With the Yuckline family's influence, as Ganesha said, I could use the Adventurers Guild to put pressure on her. However, doing so would increase the variables surrounding my death. Just as Deucalion thought this, almost as if rewarded for the right decision, the system issued a reminder. Villain fate, avoided cause of death. Store money +1. The notification left Deucalion's face blank. What, before it was overcome? And now it's a void? I didn't realize it, but was that conversation one of the causes of death? I can't be careless here. The more he thought about it, the more anxious Deucalion became, and he wanted to leave the party immediately. A slip of the tongue leading to a painful end. Cut to another corner of the party, where a brown-haired girl complained to her friend, Hey, how much longer are you going to sit here? Her name was Rayli. She was a relative of Yulia, an adventurer. In front of her, Yulia grumbled, I never wanted to come here in the first place. Oh, come on, that's enough. Let's go, Rayli urged. Yet Yulia remained stubbornly seated. Seeing that, her friend seemed to pick up on something and suddenly asked, "So what's going on with that guy? Professor Deculian? I'm a bit worried. There are too many rumors." From Yulia's perspective, of course, there were no pleasant memories with the protagonist. So she replied bluntly, "Of course. What's good about him?" Her frank words made Rayli uneasy. She glanced around and warned, "Hey, if you say that out loud." At the same moment, footsteps sounded nearby, catching Yulia's attention. She lifted her gaze slightly and spotted Deculian, slowly descending from the stairs below. Deculian met her eyes as well, but then, not wanting to entangle himself with one of the causes of his death, Deculian turned and left immediately. His reaction surprised the surrounding guests, who murmured, "What? Professor Deculian is leaving? The guy who loves parties. Wow. He's leaving without even glancing at his fiancée once. Maybe he doesn't like her that much." If so, were the earlier rumors true? Because Deculian left the party earlier than usual, rumors spread that he had a falling out with Yulia. But there's no way Kim Woojin would write that. In short, after Deculian left the party, he completed his New Year's flower task and received an additional 0.5 store coins. Time passed quickly. It had been a week since I attended the New Year flower party. During that time, besides daily memory training and introductory kinetic mantra practice, I felt my physical strength was lacking, so I began physical training. The main reason was that I nearly died after doing something reckless. Rewinding to a few days earlier, as usual, Deculian inscribed a standard spell onto his body. However, the strain it placed on his body was greater than he expected, nearly killing our protagonist. If he were an ordinary mage, he might have died. Is my endurance due to the Iron Man attribute? After meeting Ganesha the other day, I craved greater power and inscribed the kinetic fire control mantra alongside the object control mantra to enhance metal manipulating techniques. The purpose was to upgrade by implanting a magic core into the kinetic mantra. This method shortens the time needed to learn spells but is extremely dangerous. After realizing the tremendous pressure it put on my body, I decided to train my physique. As a result, I established a morning routine. With that thought, Deculian finished his training. Whether it was due to the Iron Man trait or not, after only a short period of training his muscles had become highly defined, indistinguishable from those of longtime athletes. Time to head to work. Deculian exhaled softly. Time passed quickly. Cut to Deculian's office, where his assistant Alan arrived and handed him a document satchel, explaining, "This is a declaration recently sent from the Mage Tower. The sender is the Tower's Professor Qualification Review Committee." Upon hearing this, Deculian's expression changed, and he quickly inspected the letter. The letter read, "We hereby notify you of a hearing scheduled within the next 6 months regarding developments in the research you are conducting, Professor Deculian. Please prepare all relevant materials until then." For Deculian, such an unexpected inquiry was difficult to handle. If an audit hearing is held, it would mean Deculian's research had been stalled long ago, even before I entered this body. This is an unfavorable situation for me. In the game, Deculian was always a genuine professor. Perhaps the prerequisite of this task is to retain the title of professor. If I lose it, all hope of returning will vanish. Therefore, I must find something, anything, in Deculian's laboratory to save myself. Deculian stood before the lab door. However, after opening the door and stepping inside, the scene before him left him speechless. It was utterly messy. Books, papers, and furniture were strewn everywhere. A chaotic jumble. And it looked like no one had set foot here for a long time. If Deculian had truly been using this lab, it would never have been this disordered. Thinking that, Deculian glanced at a pile of debris not far away. He sensed something from it. That pile looked very unusual. Was it hiding something? I don't know who to blame, but this was surely the most effective way to hinder Deculian. Luckily, I had learned the kinetic mantra in time. With that in mind, Deculian used his object control ability and pulled a notebook from inside the rubbish heap. Opening the book, Deculian saw that it was a notebook recording research data. It seemed someone had encrypted all the research results to prevent theft, but it was futile. As Deculian thought this, He used his understanding trait to scan through all the information. Immediately, a stream of brilliant golden light began to emanate from within the notebook. This made even Deculian admire it. This dazzling golden light, it's blinding. It seems his research truly is extraordinary. Thanks to combining the prosperity magnet and sharp vision, I can perceive this splendor. However, the research is still incomplete. It's torn and has many gaps. Even the logic in parts of it is completely skewed. Nevertheless, the work is grand enough to trigger the prosperity magnet. Next, he discovered a pendant clipped inside the notebook. Inside was a photo of the girl Ephraim with a man, seemingly her father. That child is Ephraim Luna, right? So that's it. It seems that when Ephraim's father worked as a researcher for Deculian, he desperately tried to hide this. The grudge the Luna family mages hold against Deculian. Clearly, Ephraim's tragic life was caused by him. But don't worry. I will complete this research using the understanding trait. If I can complete the thesis that way, I'll list that person as a co-author. Of course, I also need achievements of my own, so I can't put only your name. In another development, cut to the cafe on the academy grounds, where Ephraim and a group of classmates were discussing. Inside the group, an orange-haired girl shouted, "Got it? Us commoners must unite. There are only 30 students from common backgrounds in this class. If we don't cooperate, we'll suffer sooner or later. You think the same, right, Ephraim?" she said, turning to look at Ephraim, startling her into thought. "I used to be nobility. Sigh. Whatever. Don't talk about fulfilling noble duties. If I don't even have a house or land, what kind of noble am I?" Thinking that, Ephraim sighed heavily. Unaware of these thoughts, the orange-haired friend continued to urge, "Understand, Ephraim, you must be here. You're the representative of the commoners. Yes, you were also a victim of Sylvia." The group chimed in and turned to Ephraim with expectant looks. This made Ephraim force a strained laugh inside. "Haha. So they think I'm some kind of representative for the commoners?" In another corner, a male student stammered, "Actually, if we want to form a club, we need permission from a supervising professor, right? I don't think the professors will like us gathering like this." His reminder made the orange-haired girl rub her chin and admit, "Huh. That's the biggest obstacle. How about asking Professor Reelan?" She suggested that, but the male student opposite shook his head and explained, "He's famous for currying favor with nobles. That fat noble guy." "What about Professor Carmel?" she asked next, but was immediately rejected. "Don't even mention that name. As soon as he sees commoners, that professor turns his back. And of course, Professor Deculian is out of the question." Returning to Ephraim's perspective, unlike the others who were focused on plans to form a club, her head was fixed on the pile of food, drooling. "Don't they like eating that? I hope they don't eat it," she silently prayed inwardly. But before her wish could come true, the orange-haired girl suddenly banged the table and proposed, "Right, Ephraim, try asking Professor Deculian. You'll ask for us, won't you?" The friend's words turned Ephraim's face pale, while the others seemed to think the suggestion wasn't a bad one. The male student sitting next to Ephraim said, On second thought, he's pretty fair. He despises everyone equally, nobles and commoners alike." Across from them, the orange-haired girl continued excitedly, "You avoided punishment because of him. Doesn't that mean you caught his attention?" Hearing that, Ephraim began to reply with an embarrassed face, "That's not true. Do you think he's that kind?" As she said this, her face kept breaking into a sweat from anxiety. Why did the atmosphere shift so oddly? I don't want anything to do with Deculian. Thinking that, and to avoid the task of relying on Deculian falling to her, Ephraim immediately dashed off. "I can't do it anyway. Don't say that. Keep thinking." Thinking that, and to avoid the task of relying on Deculian falling to her, Ephraim immediately dashed off. "I can't do it anyway. Don't say that. Keep thinking." So the two of them began chasing each other for a while. However, just as the orange-haired girl caught Ephraim's arm, her face suddenly went blank. This made Ephraim unable to help but ask in surprise, "What's wrong, Julia?" Before Julia could answer, a familiar voice sounded behind them. Ephraim, step aside. Those words came from none other than our protagonist, Deculion. Seeing Deculion appear, Ephraim's face stiffened, unable to react. And when she turned around, she realized that her close friend Julia had silently slipped into the cafe sometime earlier and was giving her an encouraging look. Good luck, Ephraim. Julia, when did you sneak in there? Coward. Ephraim screamed inwardly. On our protagonist's side, he had no time to watch Ephraim and Julia exchange looks, so he simply walked away. Seeing that, although a little fearful, Ephraim had to force herself to calm down. She carefully extended the form and said, Professor Deculion, I want to start a club, and I need your signature. I don't mean to bother you. I'm just worried you might not approve a club that includes commoners. Back from Deculion's perspective, Ephraim's words caused him to pause briefly and consider the matter. I don't want to be involved with Ephraim, but she's right. The truth is that the other professors wouldn't cooperate with us. So rather than waste time on those pretenders, why not just try? With that thought, Deculion reached out to take the form and quickly signed it, adding, Send the details to my office. Here, take it. Deculion returned the form to Ephraim, while Ephraim herself still couldn't believe her eyes. He actually signed? He just agreed? Deculion? Ephraim said this as she watched Deculion's retreating figure with suspicion. Meanwhile, Julia rushed over and hugged her to celebrate. Wow, you actually got his signature? I didn't expect that. Ignoring those words, Ephraim kept her gaze fixed on Deculion. She truly couldn't understand why he acted that way. Why? Like at the disciplinary council. Why is he being nice to me? Time passed quickly. Cut to Deculion's lecture hall. His class had begun. Today's lesson is understanding the pure elements. As you know, elements are the foundation of all magic. However, many mages still don't understand the difference between classified magic and pure elements. Blah blah. Below, Ephraim was still lost in a jumble of thoughts over Deculion's sudden kindness. She began to speculate inwardly. Is it because of guilt? Or sympathy? He led my father to his death. Even if he's nice to me, it feels fake. If he truly knows he's done wrong, he should reveal his true nature and repent. The more she thought, Ephraim's hands clenched and trembled. Julia beside her noticed this and worriedly asked, Are you okay, Ephraim? Don't worry about those kids. They do nothing but gossip. Julia said this while glancing irritably to the side, which made Ephraim somewhat puzzled. What the hell is she talking about? Following both their gazes, a short distance away, a few noble students were staring at them with looks full of disdain. This made Ephraim force a smile. Haha, I've made myself an enemy of the nobles after that incident. Although, I'm a noble too. Thinking that, accustomed to others' scorn, Ephraim sighed softly and said, It's fine, Julia. They're always like that. Focus on the lesson. After saying that, she paid attention to the lecture. She'd heard rumors that Deculion's class was unusual. Unaware of her thoughts, Deculion continued teaching. The magic circles you use have meaning in each stroke. At that point, Deculion immediately used his magic, creating a magic circle above his palm, and a small flame rose from it. Then Deculion continued, This spell can change color by adding 2 strokes to the circle, because those 2 strokes determine the flame's color. This is what we'll learn today, the flame flow. As he spoke, he used his telekinesis to make the book hover above his hand. Next, 2 orbs of energy began to gather in Deculion's left and right hands. One was green and the other blue. Ephraim's assumption was wrong. In fact, Deculion's lesson wasn't mere showmanship. As a professor, Kim Woo-jin was demonstrating beautifully, using magic to explain with deep understanding. This was shocking to the new students in the lecture hall. And the same went for Sylvia, who had lost interest in study because of her talent. Paying no mind to the astonished looks below, Deculion continued to explain each point carefully. As you know, this magic circle summons water. However, if you combine this with glyph magic, it becomes like this. Saying that, he performed the demonstration for his students. At that moment, the magic circle turned a deep purple, and the flame produced by the circle wound and flowed like a river in midair. The students in the class were dumbstruck. It actually became a stream. The fire is flowing like water. Opposite them, the most astonished was none other than Sylvia.
Impossible.
I didn't expect his class to be so theoretical. Most so-called genius mages use intuition in their magic, so their theories act like molds. If every mage prioritized theory, all magic would conform to the same mold. If you focus too much on theory, you won't have time to practice magic. Trying to understand every spell purely through theory is inefficient and makes training difficult. This is the paradox of magic. To become a high-level mage, you must have strong intuition, but high-level mages cannot explain their intuition with theory. For someone whose genius is being questioned by others, dedicating a lesson to theory like this is unthinkable. The more she thought, the more curious Sylvia became. Time passed quickly. Cut to the dormitories of the Magic Tower. Ephraim had just finished Deculian's class and returned to her room. As she walked, she sighed. It's really different from the rumors. I've never concentrated this much in a class. She spoke, her gaze troubled as she noticed the door covered in countless insulting graffiti. However, Ephraim wasn't angry. She just found it annoying. How long are these people going to keep playing this joke? It's gotten worse since my clash with Sylvia. As she said this, Ephraim paused when she noticed a paper bag wedged in the door crack. Reading what was written on it, confusion crossed Ephraim's face. A sponsorship certificate? Wow, I almost believed it was real. There's no way this is real. Who would sponsor me when both the Illade family and Deculian hate me? Actually, it's a good thing. I can report it and claim the reward. Ephraim chuckled and quickly went to the Magic Administration office to inquire. But after receiving confirmation from the staff, Ephraim's face went blank. It's real? Ephraim recalled the moment the staff member said, "It's not a joke. The seal is genuine." She couldn't help but shout, "What? Are you kidding?" Just the thought of suddenly having a sum of money fall into her lap made her face blossom with joy. She even doubted if this was a dream and pinched her cheek to check. This will wake me up. Come on, wake up. Then, suddenly, Ephraim's expression turned anxious. Wait, no one saw me, right? What if people find out I have 100,000 elm? I should pack my things in case something happens. I shouldn't go to the Magic Administration. That staff member had a strange look. She might be coveting my money. Oh no, I should have been more careful, Ephraim shouted. The moment she stood up, her small head collided hard with the front of the table, making her clutch her head and tremble in pain. Pausing for a beat, a wave of emotion began to spread through Ephraim's body. Tears welled at the corners of her eyes. Not dreaming yet, someone noticed my talent. There are still kind people in this world. Keep going. Just a little more. Ephraim urged herself. In another development, Uriel had just been told some bad news by the butler, prompting her to ask, "Are you serious?" The butler in front of her nodded in confirmation. Yes, he went to the Schatzenjewel auction. He should have arrived by now. This made Uriel frantic with irritation. He lost 10 million elm last year. What disaster is he going to cause this year? If he causes trouble again, I won't forgive him, she shouted. Then the scene cut to Luton City, Schatzenjewel. At that moment, Deculian's carriage had just arrived at the auction house. Here, of course, Deculian wasn't someone idle doing frivolous things. He came with a purpose. Finally, I can buy what I want. Using psychokinesis as his primary magic for the first time, he realized he needed more metal to compensate for his limited talent. The items I always carry are made of steelwood, but that's only a temporary solution. What I really need will be at today's auction. With that thought, Deculian opened the door and stepped into the waiting room. However, upon entering, he immediately saw an unexpected figure. His fiancée, Yulia, was also sitting inside.
Ah, damn.
Why is she here? I didn't expect to run into Yulia in a place like this, Deculian complained inwardly. At the same time, Yulia noticed his presence. She frowned and stepped lightly toward Deculian with an unhappy expression. I hope you're well. I heard you handed 2 young mages over to the disciplinary council this time. Hearing that, Deculian calmly replied with a cold face. That news is old. Is there a problem? Are you going to blame me? Yulia was silent for a few seconds, then continued. They're all newcomers. Do you want to crush their dreams? Someday you'll feel remorse. Don't repeat the mistakes of the past. This is my final advice to you. Across from her, Deucalion inwardly rejoiced at those words. Final advice? Those are Yulia's last words to me. Perhaps she's planning to cut ties. Fine, I think that's for the best. No matter how beautiful she is, I don't want to marry. There's no reason to bind myself in this world to something I've never experienced in real life. Besides, there are too many deadly variables around her, including herself. If I'm careless, I could die at my own wedding. But Yulia isn't the type to attend auctions, so why is she here? Deucalion, curious, bluntly asked. Did you come all the way to the auction just to tell me this? The suspicion in his voice made Yulia startle. Then she fluffed up like an angry cat and shouted, "Stop being delusional. I'm not here to find you. I'm here because there's something I need. I told you, I'm really here to bid." Seeing her flustered, Deucalion raised a hand to reassure her. "All right, calm down. Say it once and I get it." Yulia pouted, still seeming annoyed, then turned and walked away decisively. Meanwhile, Deucalion watched her retreating figure and gave a slight smile. She's truly adorable. It's the first time I've seen her like that. Then, Deucalion suddenly felt a jolt. Wait, what was that feeling? I just thought about how dangerous it would be to be with her. Could I have been influenced by Deucalion's emotions? I was careful to keep my personality from merging. Something's off. This heart suddenly raced when I saw her, right? I must be overthinking. He stroked his chin in thought. At the same time, an announcement sounded. Notice to all guests of Schatzenjewel. The auction is about to begin. Time passed quickly. Cut to the auction hall. On stage sat a large table with an item covered by a cloth. The host signaled an attendant to pull the cloth away, revealing a porcelain vase. Seeing it, the host enthusiastically advertised. Introducing the first item, the Oriental vase. Behold these graceful curves. This is the work of an Eastern artisan. From Deucalion's perspective, he began to see fierce streams of golden aura emanating from the vase. The radiance was so intense it nearly blinded him. This is the light I saw when I checked Yulia's documents. That light kept growing stronger. If that's the case, above, the host started calling out bidders. Number 993 bids 700,000. Number 1038 bids 750,000. Number 1413 bids 1,500,000. Oh, guest number 777 bids 2,500,000. Congratulations to guest 777 on winning the item. Back in Deucalion's view, thanks to his wealthy magnate instincts, he could easily gauge the value of the auctioned items and spared no expense buying them. This vase never lost its glow despite the rising price, meaning it could go even higher. I have enough in my account to invest the rest. Deucalion's current balance is 205,238,039 elm. Thus, Deucalion began acquiring a series of items for his collection. Rollerine's ring was sold to guest 777 for 3 million. Lushu's scepter was sold for 2.1 million to guest 777. The Ngu necklace was also sold for 4.3 million to guest 777. This time, guest 777 secured the item for 5.5 million. Around them, other guests, seeing how boldly number 777 was spending, looked on curiously. Wow! Number 777 bought them all. Isn't that Professor Deucalion? Elsewhere, the night Yulia sighed at Deucalion's lavish, wasteful spending and scoffed inwardly. That pathetic name. He wants attention even in a place like this. He's so different from me. Unbelievable. How can he spend a fortune for a fleeting vanity? I don't understand why he lacks modesty, but fine, whatever. I just need to win the winter flame. Yulia reminded herself and quickly refocused on the auction. Soon, the auction neared its end. Now, the final item of today's auction was officially revealed. Many desired it, but it was nearly impossible to find. It was a stone used to forge countless great swords in history, a naturally magical stone, the winter flame snowstone. The host's voice rang out as the covering cloth was pulled aside. Before everyone's eyes lay a bluish mineral outcrop, shimmering with light. The moment they saw this item, both Deculion and Yulia widened their eyes, because it was the very reason they had come today. It is one of the 10 rarest metals in the world, commonly used to forge swords or other weapons. As its name suggests, it is a rare, strange item that carries both cold and fire energies. Only items of legendary tier like Dragon Bone surpass it for sword making. Therefore, Snowstone is undoubtedly the best material I could obtain. I absolutely must get it. This is what I need. Both of them thought silently, but it wasn't just Deculion and Yulia. Naturally, many attendees at the auction also had their sights set on this ultra-rare item. Bids quickly climbed at a dizzying pace. 10 million, 13 million, 20 million, 25 million. Number 1089 bids 30 million. Any more? If not, the item will belong to... At that point, Yulia's face lit up with joy, because bidder number 1089 was her. Great, I'm about to get it, she thought. However, at that moment, Deculion thwarted her by bidding higher. Number 777 bids 31 million. Hearing that number, her expression went blank. Then she turned angrily to look at Deculion. Number 777. How many times have I heard that number today? I can't just let him have it. Why would you do that, Deculion? Then the back-and-forth bidding escalated, driving the price up even faster. Elsewhere, the other bidders gave up contesting the snowstone. Meanwhile, a man who recognized Deculion turned to him and said, "You want to buy snowstone to make a sword? Surely it's to gift your fiancée, right? But if you want to gift it, you could just let her buy it herself. You must love your fiancée very much." The man's words made Deculion's gaze falter slightly. He looked toward Yulia ahead. Only then did he realize, am I competing with my fiancée? Am I bidding against Yulia? She must also be interested in snowstone. If I take it, she'll definitely hate me. But I need it too. This is its first appearance in 3 years. Who knows when there will be a second chance? I might be in danger, but for my item, I absolutely must win the snowstone. So, it was obvious who would end up with the snowstone. Final, 42 million elm. The owner of the snowstone is bidder number 777. Hearing this, the surrounding guests applauded and congratulated Deculion, marveling at his extravagance. How exciting! Professor Deculion bought them, right? At that price, this might be the most dramatic auction I've ever seen. Oh, Yulia is going to be so pleased. Professor Deculion worked hard to secure a gift for his beloved, and he obtained what he wanted. From Yulia's perspective, an intense anger swelled inside her with nowhere to vent. Once again, this is happening just like last year. I don't want this. Images of Deculion laying out countless gems and jewelry on a table and proudly saying, "I can give you all of this, and if you want, I can buy more. I'll do anything for you," began to form in Yulia's mind. For her, that engagement day was the worst day of her life. This will win me her heart. Look how magnificent I am. That is what Yulia heard Deculion say amid the wealth he flaunted. She felt only humiliation. Do you know what I truly wanted from you? So I left, destroyed my own engagement with my own hands. However, that was not all. After that day, countless rumors surfaced. She tried to act strong but ended up in Deculion's arms anyway. I heard she only got promoted to captain of the knights because of that. They say she begged him. At such slanderous talk, Yulia's hand tightened. It was obvious who had spread the rumors that ruined her reputation back then. Does he expect me to take revenge? That man is someone I can never love. No matter how hard I try, Yulia thought, clenching her hands until they trembled. Then, just as she stood up, preparing to leave the auction in fury, is someone I can never love. No matter how hard I try, Yulia thought, clenching her hands until they trembled. The protagonist's words angered Yulia, and her expression darkened. She asked herself silently, how long will Deculion keep insulting me? Right now, please forgive me. After saying this, the protagonist turned and left immediately, leaving behind his fiancée standing there stunned. Yulia wasn't sure if she had misheard. What? Why is he apologizing? Is it because he bought the snowstone? With that question in her heart, Yulia slowly exited the auction hall. And just as she stepped outside, someone called out, "Hey, Yulia! Get in the carriage. The voice belonged to a beautiful young woman. She was the eldest daughter of the Frieden family and Yulia's older sister. Time passed quickly into evening. By then, Deculian's fancy carriage had escorted him back to his manor. Inside the carriage, Deculian was still troubled, thinking about Yulia. It seemed Yulia planned to craft a weapon for herself with the snowstone, but I outbid her, so she must be angry. I'm a bit surprised the death variable hasn't occurred yet. After all, how dreadful would I have to be for her to kill me herself? Deculian asked himself quietly and hurried into the manor. Seeing him return, the servants all bowed. However, their faces looked troubled. This caught Deculian's attention and he asked, "Did something happen?" The butler, awkwardly, answered, "Miss Uriel has returned home." Without needing more words, Deculian guessed he was about to be berated by his sister. What must happen will happen. So he calmly climbed to the second floor. There, his sister Uriel was already waiting. As Deculian passed by, as always, Uriel called out, "That's my money. You said you'd hold it for a while? And this is what you do." Hearing her, Deculian understood why so much money was in his account. At the same time, he felt a pang of guilt. I didn't realize she had that much. Have I always been so thoughtless? He then reassured her, "Don't worry. I only buy things that yield profit." In response, Uriel's scream echoed through the manor. "You treat me like a garbage bin. Do you think I'm here to clean up your mess?" Deculian felt a sinking dread. He slowly turned and saw the hatred-filled, tear-blurred look Uriel gave him. Uriel went on to recount the hardships she had endured caring for that wretched Deculian. "Our family's finances are in trouble. The workers and I have worked non-stop to hold this house together. And you wasted all that money. How rotten must he be to gamble away the family's money like that?" From Deculian's perspective, he now saw a black-red aura rising from Uriel, sending a chill down his spine. This signaled that his fated death was drawing near. Deculian's face tightened in discomfort. Damn it! Has the villain's fate been triggered? There's a golden glint in her red aura. The prosperity magnet has been activated too. This meaning is simple. If I don't get through this, I'm done for. But if I survive it, I'll end up with a pile of money. I know how to handle this. Then, to save his miserable life, Deculian lowered his voice and pleaded, "Don't worry, Uriel." Before he could finish, his sister shouted, "Shut up! Do I look like I'm worried? Have I worked hard for you just so you'd throw it out the window? You think I wanted this? Do you know I dropped out of college and can't find a lover because of you?" "I didn't have to do that," Deculian said calmly, but his words only made Uriel angrier. Her hands clenched as if ready to teach her brother a lesson. "What the hell are you talking about? You do nothing but burn money. After our parents died, you blew 150 million eln in a single day. You..." Not letting her finish, our protagonist cut her off with an appealing offer. "I'll hand the headship back to you." The remark left Uriel stunned, forgetting her anger and dumbly asking, "What did you just say?" In response, Deculian reiterated, "I'll give you the headship of the family." Hearing this, Uriel's face flushed. She let out an adorably loud shriek and cried, "Ridiculous!" Deculian across from her glanced at her with a judging look. "That's not how a noble or a head of a family speaks. Don't try to fool me," Uriel said, turning aside. Deculian insisted he wasn't lying and, if necessary, could swear an oath if Uriel didn't believe him. This immediately startled his sister, who asked, "What? Swear? You mean a mage's oath? You'd die if you broke that oath. Are you serious?" "Yes," Deculian answered calmly. From Uriel's point of view, she couldn't tell whether Deculian had eaten spoiled food to make him say this. But it made no sense. Why would he suddenly say that? Did he hit his head? Deculian nonchalantly, "You don't have to believe me." Hearing this, though astonished, Uriel provisionally believed him. Still, she warned Deculian, "If you go back on your word, I'll kill you on the spot." Deculian replied, "Will you leave the house?" "Of course I will. Someone spent all the family's money, so I have to do something." After saying that, Uriel left happily. As for Deculian, thanks to his quick thinking, he survived this death variable and gained 2 shop coins. Once he saw Uriel go, Deculion finally exhaled in relief. Phew, the storm has passed.
Luckily I'm unscathed.
Letting her take the position isn't so bad. If I change things bit by bit like this, I can avoid death. Just as he thought that, a familiar voice suddenly called from the window. Have you really changed? The sudden voice startled Deculion. He glanced toward the sound and saw the person who was speaking was the adventurer Ganesha, an uninvited guest. Deculion said coldly. Meanwhile, Ganesha swung herself into the room and explained, Sorry, I was passing by and dropped in. I was quite surprised to see you like this. In response, Deculion folded his arms and sighed. Why be surprised? She's the one who handles the work better than I do. Answering, Ganesha began to relay some deeply troubling news. But Uriel von Granhan Eucline does not carry the bloodline of the Eucline family. This made Deculion, who normally wore a calm expression, startle and turn around. What is she saying? I don't remember that being in the game. From Deculion's viewpoint, he hurriedly tried to recall all the information he knew about Uriel. Uriel was said to be a half-sister. I knew she wasn't Deculion's biological sister. However, she has no blood relation to the Eucline family at all. I had no idea about that. For reasons Deculion couldn't determine, Ganesha asked on. Is this really okay? You're the one who asked us to do this, Professor, to determine whether you and your sister are blood-related. We already agreed to this, remember? Hearing that, Deculion quickly understood. So that's the context. Thinking it over, he shook his head slightly and replied. Even so, Uriel is still Uriel. This answer made Ganesha so surprised she broke out in a sweat. Wow, you're astonishing me today. I didn't expect you to say something like that. Not only her, even Deculion felt surprised at his own words. I'm surprised too. I didn't expect such a scenario to exist. Back in Ganesha's perspective, she had only intended to drop by and say a few words, so she now prepared to leave. All right, I'll keep your sister's secret. Oh, one more thing before I go. I heard the six-headed serpent has begun to move. Behind him, Deculion's mind quickly ran through information about that organization. The six-headed serpent. They are the leaders of a notorious criminal syndicate on this continent. They're so infamous that the bounties on their heads are worth millions. At the window, the adventurer continued. They're targeting items at the auction house. Even though the auction house tries to transport them safely, you should be on high alert when any items are delivered to your home. It seems you've been neglecting your defensive magic lately, Professor. That's why I could get in so easily. I'm off now. After saying that, Ganesha flashed and immediately vanished. Before Deculion, and for Deculion, our protagonist's head ached non-stop. He put a hand to his forehead and thought, that's something I don't need to know. Knowing won't change anything. From the start, I was never Deculion. Whether Uriel is my biological sister or not, I'll still treat her the same. Uriel will always be Deculion's sister. So, it's better to hide the truth. Scene change. Elsewhere, Ganesha was recounting Deculion's behavioral changes to her teammates. I told you so. Professor Deculion has changed a lot. It's like someone else is inhabiting his body. Now he's completely different. That bastard speaking sweet words like that is really strange, Ganesha said with some amusement. However, a man across from her shook his head and scoffed. Captain, you're just into handsome men. Whatever he says, you like it. Hearing that, Ganesha immediately bristled and shouted. So should I punish you for being ugly? The teammate sneered in reply. My grandmother says I'm very handsome. It's just that there was a handsome guy standing behind you at the time. You idiot. Ganesha shouted loudly. Then the two of them lunged at each other and brawled, making Rayleigh next to them only sigh and ask, You say Deculion really has good character? Hearing this, Ganesha temporarily stopped bullying her teammate, adjusted the tilted hat on her head and said, Well, we don't need to keep following Deculion. I wanted to ask whether he's still looking for magic slaves, but probably not. Shall we head back now? Saying that, Ganesha's expression grew serious as she warned. By the way, what everyone heard today is a secret. You should all keep this to yourselves. After saying that, the five of them clasped hands at the same time. Then a sphere of light enveloped the group and shot up into the sky. Time passed. The next day, Scene shifts to the Magic Academy. Inside his office, Deculion had finally saved enough to access the system shop. Yet he hesitated as he looked at the system screen. Level 1 System Shop. Enhance Magic Quality Level 1. Your character's magic quality will be improved. Magic output and effectiveness increase slightly. Price: 10 coins. Seeing that number, our protagonist could only groan miserably. Finally, I can use the system shop. But I still don't have enough to buy what I need. This system lets you spend shop coins to boost your character. You can enhance not only your player character but also notable characters. However, opportunities to use the system shop are scarce. You only have 6 uses before the end of the second half. That's because you can only use the shop once per level, and each time you level up the cost doubles. I can't rush and miss this precious opportunity. I continuously train my memory, condition my body, and practice controlling the sword with my mind by integrating them into daily life. But I'm still lacking combat power compared to those notorious criminals. To progress, what I need is to raise my magic quality. I must quickly collect the 4 more shop coins I need. Deculion reminded himself just before a knock at the door outside pulled him from his reverie. Deculion nodded and said, "Come in." Outside, his assistant Alan poked his head in and greeted, "Hello, Professor. Look, I just received this." Alan then grew serious. "I think you should be careful. This was just posted in today's Witch Gazette." Opposite him, Deculion reached out and took the paper. On the front page, a long-haired criminal's photo appeared with a bold headline. Wanted, Lockhart. Witnesses report the murderer of the witch Lockhart is in the outskirts. Be careful when going out. For someone like Deculion who'd played this storyline thousands of times, he was all too familiar with this figure. The murderer of the witch Lockhart? He's the greatest threat to mage players in the early game. So he's shown up already? Of course, if I were a regular mage, he'd be a genuine threat. But now I don't need to worry. Maybe this will help me earn a few shop coins. Hopefully I'll encounter him. Thinking that, Deculion reassured Alan. "Don't worry about the witch murderer. I'm heading to the library, you can go on back." Having said that, as if remembering something, Deculion paused in his tracks. He turned and asked Alan, "Hey, Alan, would you like to become the professor's assistant?" The sudden offer from the protagonist made Alan's eyes widen like a bull's. He shouted loudly, "You want me to be the professor's assistant? But you always say I'm incompetent. Now that I see you're serious, I'm asking." Deculion shrugged in response. But honestly, he didn't come up with this out of nowhere. He'd been reminded earlier that he should choose an assistant, since every professor has one and Deculion was the only one without a pick. He'd also been a senior professor for several years. Beside him, Alan stammered as if wanting to explain something. But our protagonist didn't want to waste time on it and cut him off. "That's enough. Take this." After saying that, Deculion produced a bracelet engraved with the Eucline family crest. "Keep working hard." Alan looked at the bracelet before him in astonishment. By this time, our friend Alan no longer foolishly refused. He hurriedly accepted the bracelet and bowed in thanks. "Thank you very much, Professor." "A bracelet engraved with the Eucline crest?" he said, looking at the bracelet with teary eyes. Watching Alan so happy he might cry, Deculion thought to himself, "Alan is excellent at managing documents and running errands. He's very useful. I can't let him leave." Everyone who was disgusted by Deculion's cruelty had left because they couldn't stand it. But Alan still handled all those tasks alone. Who knows when he might go? Thinking that, Deculion took out some money and gave it to Alan as a staff benefit, adding, "Take the rest of the day off. Use this money to buy dinner." From Alan's perspective, being handed money so suddenly made him a bit anxious as he said, "Professor, this is too much." Ignoring Alan's words, Deculion quickly headed to the library, leaving Alan standing there dazed, watching his retreating back. Scene changed to the staff library. As he walked, Deculion thought, "The reason I'm coming to the library is because of Luna's papers. The papers I found in the lab were an invention about pure elements. However, it has many errors and gaps, so I need to fix it. If I can find any useful magical tomes related to manipulation, all the better." With that thought, Deculion quickened his pace slightly. However, as he passed a bookshelf, His gaze was drawn to a small figure. "What are you doing in the staff library?" New student Sylvia? Across from him. When Sylvia met Deculian's gaze, she froze in surprise. To explain this, we must go back about 10 minutes. Sylvia had gone to the librarian to request access to this library. The librarian then contacted some professor. "Yes, professor. Sylvia is looking for study materials. But this is a reading room exclusive to senior staff." In response, the plump Professor Retlan smiled and agreed. "It's fine. There's no need to ban the heir of the Ilade family or this new student. Let her use it freely for her studies." Seeing that, the librarian didn't stop her and nodded, telling Sylvia, "He said it's fine, Sylvia. Feel free to search." So Sylvia began wandering through the library to find the books she needed. Sylvia's hobby is literature and languages. She came to the exclusive library to find materials that meet her criteria. The novel she sought was ethanol, but with the disappearance of the Fae, its value rose and ethanol became rare. That's why Sylvia came to the exclusive reading room, a place she didn't usually visit. And of course, she didn't expect to run into Deculian here. "Deculian? Why is he here? I was told he doesn't come near the library." Sylvia worriedly thought, but quickly explained. "I'm here to look for materials. Professor Retlan allowed me." In front of her, Deculian still wore a stern face as he said, "So that means that Professor ignored Academy rules, and the librarian let you in anyway? If that's the case, they deserve discipline." Deculian's words made Sylvia stammer, at a loss for what to say. Then, before she could explain further, Deculian used his telekinesis to retrieve the book from Sylvia's hands. "Let's check it out. This is the novel Ethanol? You broke the rules just to find a romantic novel written in ethanol?" Deculian's voice was teasing, causing Sylvia's face to flush. She hurriedly said, "Huh, how can you read ethanol's language? Wait, that's not important. I just like literature and languages." Then, for some reason, Deculian tossed the book back to Sylvia and admonished, "I'll let this slide this time. However, if you come here again without proper permission, I'll discipline you. So if your purpose isn't to flaunt your family's influence, have someone else borrow the books for you." Having said that, Deculian left immediately, leaving Sylvia standing dazed. She hugged the book to her chest and thought, "Did he insult me? I just wanted to learn about the Fae through the novel Ethanol." But how could Professor Deculian possibly read ethanol? The ethanol language lacks consistency, which makes it hard to read. The more she thought about it, the more perplexed this prodigy became. Scene shifts to some pine forest. At this time, there was an outdoor lesson for new students. They chased small beasts, then gathered herbs. To ensure safety for this lesson, 3 professors, including Deculian, were supervising. On one side, the portly Professor Retlan wiped the sweat from his face with a cloth and said, "This is their first field experience. They seem too calm. I expected them to be afraid of Black Mountain. Training must stop at dusk, but I'm proud of them." Deculian looked around and thought, Black Mountain is far from the academy. Black Mountain holds great significance and is heavily guarded by the Magic Tower. Its forest is considered a training ground for students and also a rich repository of magical materials. Therefore, the risk of attacks by monsters and poisonous creatures is high. Thus, the Magic Tower must strengthen protective barriers and ensure patrols by on-duty professors. Returning to Retlan as if remembering something, he scratched his head and said to the protagonist, "Oh right, Professor Deculian, the appointment for this week's duty hasn't been decided. We need to assign someone new. Who do you think is suitable?" In response, Deculian volunteered himself. "Let me do it." Hearing that, the fat Retlan's eyes showed a flash of surprise. But he quickly agreed and didn't forget to praise Deculian. "Just as I expected from a professor. The way you lead is a model example of an academy instructor." Back to Deculian, faced with such flattery, he kept a cold expression. And of course, he's not stupid enough to take on heavy work for noble reasons. "I'm not doing this for any lofty cause." As he thought that, Deculian glanced at the mission screen that had been sent to him. Side quest. Darkness of the Magic Tower reward. Shop coin +1. Additional title reward. Returning to Deculian, he began to sense something pulling at his mind. Something was drawing him over there. That's probably why I received the side quest. Something was about to happen on this mountain that could turn the game into a horror story at night. Deculian frowned in thought, while the two other professors began to gather everyone and announced, "Now start packing up. Goodbye, Professor." One student called out. "All right, see you later." They nodded. Time passed quickly. 9 hours later, at a cafe near the Magic Tower, the mage Ephraim, after receiving sponsorship funds, decided to treat her friends to sundaes. Seeing the sparkling treats before them, the group exclaimed, "Wow, they look amazing. Too pretty to eat." "They look delicious too. You really bought these for us, Ephraim?" In return, Ephraim gave a bright smile. "Of course. Dig in, because I now have 100,000 coins." Ephraim murmured to herself, and the friends stopped being polite. While eating, her close friend Retlon said, "I've submitted the club formation plan. It will be approved soon. This is our first gathering." Hearing that, the blue-haired guy opposite grew a little anxious about forming the club. "I just hope others won't hesitate too much. There aren't many sign-ups." "Don't worry, as long as we run the club well, people will join," Julia replied confidently. "By the way, I heard there's training at Black Mountain today?" Ephraim, still gazing at her sundae with sparkling eyes, answered, "That's right. 50 volunteers signed up, though there have been many accidents there." As soon as those words ended, a tremendous noise suddenly rang out, making the whole group jump. "Did you hear that? You heard it too? Where did it come from? We need to check it out." Saying that, the young friends hurriedly ran toward where the sound came from. From afar, an urgent voice rang out, "Help me." Hearing this, Ephraim immediately grew anxious and sped up. However, at the same time, Julia seemed to sense something wrong and hurriedly tried to stop her. "Something's not right, Ephraim. Stop," she cried, reaching forward as if to pull Ephraim back. But it was already too late. From Ephraim's point of view, when she heard the call, she turned and asked, "What did you just say, Julia?" No sooner had the words left her than Ephraim realized something strange. She was no longer standing on the street. She was in a deeply unfamiliar forest. "Where is this? I was just on the street." Before she could figure out why she was there, the cry for help sounded again. "Help me." The voice startled Ephraim. "Right? Someone's calling for help. Where are you?" "I'm coming to help. I'm here," the voice replied. Seeing that, Ephraim immediately dashed toward the source. In front of her stood a young woman with long hair covering her face. "Are you all right?" Ephraim asked anxiously. But at that moment, the strange woman suddenly began to spew blood incessantly, her anguished cries echoing in all directions. Seeing this, Ephraim instantly became on guard. She quickly gathered mana into her fist, thinking, "What the hell is this? Is someone attacking her?" But before the girl could wonder long, a cold figure appeared in her sight, Deculian. Around him, sharp wood and metal fragments hovered and spun. Immediately, Ephraim guessed that Deculian had attacked the woman and demanded, "Professor, did you just attack that woman? How could you strike a civilian?" Deculian merely stared at the strange woman, then said coldly, "Open your eyes and look again. She's not human." "What?" Ephraim cried out in astonishment. When she turned to look, everything was as Deculian said. The strange woman had vanished. In her place stood a humanoid monster. Its skin and eyes were blood red, white smoke poured constantly from its mouth, and it looked extremely ferocious. The sight made Ephraim recoil a step in fear. She stammered, "Take that. What is it?" In response, Deculian only glanced back and said coldly, "It seems you've been charmed. This is the work of demons. Don't interfere and leave." Having said that, Deculian immediately used his manipulation magic, hurling Ephraim's small body out of the area. After seeing Ephraim vanish from view, he coldly turned to observe the demon before him and whispered, "Now, it's time to hunt." The red demon roared in fury at losing its prey. Without being told, both Deculian and the demon lunged at each other at wind-ripping speed. Attacks came in a relentless barrage, clashing violently in the night. The red demon let out an enraged cry and shot forward like a bullet toward Deculian. As it closed in on him, it swung an arm bristling with razor claws. But Deculian swiftly manipulated the wood and metal fragments into a barrier across his chest, stopping the attack, while he himself retreated to maintain distance and analyze. Looking at the core on the demon's forehead, Deculian thought, its trait must be illusion. But thanks to my resolve, my resistance to mental attacks, it has no effect on me. My blood is boiling. The Eucline bloodline makes me furious. Eucline attribute unique rank. Description: a lineage with exceptional power in demon slaying. When facing demons or in areas heavy with dark mana, you can purify surrounding mana with your own and use it to enhance your strength. At full activation, combat ability rises to a new level, but in return you become more ferocious and gradually lose control of yourself. The heirs of the Eucline legacy were famed demon hunters since ancient times. Now that blood boils within Deculian, he will never let the demon before him survive. Rage erupted. Deculian clenched his fist, his gaze colder than ever. However, the red demon had no idea of the horror awaiting it. Like a crazed beast, it charged to attack. Deculian grunted. The sharp wood and metal fragments shot forward, slicing through the air. Time quickly passed. Now the massive body of the demon lay collapsed in a pool of blood. There was no life left in it. At the same time, Deculian received a system notification. Side quest: Darkness of the Magic Tower completed. Shop coin +1. Additional title reward: First demon slain Eucline attribute unlocked. Deculian narrowed his eyes, looked at the corpse before him and sneered. Filthy creature. Even in death it only spews filth. He slightly frowned. A twinge of concern stirred in Deculian. The appearance of this demon is not normal. This is a sign heralding the beginning, the start of a game more difficult than ever. Time quickly passed until morning. Scene shifts to the Academy Hospital, where the prodigy Ephraim suddenly awoke from her stupor. Beside her, a nurse saw this and said, "You're awake, Luna?" Hearing her name, Ephraim blinked, looked around in confusion and asked, "What happened?" "I was in the forest and..." Before she could finish, the nurse, understanding what she meant, answered immediately, "Yes. It seems you don't remember everything from last night. A demon appeared on Black Mountain. You were struck by its dark charm and lost consciousness. Afterward you were found and brought to the infirmary. Black Mountain has been sealed off due to that demon's appearance, and the Magic Tower is investigating." Pausing, the nurse continued, "And Professor Deculian was the one who saved you." Hearing that, Ephraim's face turned sour as she muttered inwardly, "Damn it, him again." Then, as if remembering something, she hurriedly asked the nurse, "Wait, what day is it today?" The nurse thought for a moment and replied, "Let's see. It's been 36 hours since you were brought here, so today is Wednesday." Back in Ephraim's perspective, hearing this, the girl widened her eyes and screamed in panic, "Wait! If today is Wednesday, then I'm going to be late." Next, she bolted out of the hospital in a mad dash toward the lecture hall. When she arrived, she was panting like an ox. Huff, huff, that was close. Inside the lecture hall, her friend Julia saw Ephraim and waved excitedly. "Ephraim, over here. Are you okay? I came to the infirmary to visit you, but you weren't awake then." Ephraim nodded in reply. "I'm fine. Actually, I'm in the best shape right now because I overslept." After speaking, she glanced around and noticed some strange ingredients on the table. She frowned and asked, "But what are these? Is there a new announcement for today's class that I missed?" Julia looked too and shook her head. "I don't know. It's been like this since I arrived. There must be a special class today." Not keeping them in suspense long, Deculian entered the classroom shortly after, accompanied by his teaching assistant Alan. Deculian's steady voice sounded, "Before we begin, I have an announcement. This is Alan. He is my teaching assistant." The class gasped and looked at each other in disbelief. "What? I thought Professor Deculian preferred to teach alone?" "That's right. I heard he never had an assistant before, but to become a teaching assistant, one must be evaluated and nominated by the professor. No way would Deculian allow that to happen. Right?" Whispers and murmurs began to spread. Ephraim's face grew tense. She was one of the few who knew how difficult it was to become Deculian's assistant. What does this mean? Many questions crowded her mind. That's also why her father, despite being a 30-year-old researcher, never had a chance to be an assistant. So why did Deculian bring in a mage she'd never seen before? Thinking that, she glanced at Alan with a complicated look. However, Deculian made no effort to explain. He simply declared, "Today's lesson will be based on practical experience. Try to solve this exercise within 3 hours." After he spoke, Alan quickly went to each desk and handed everyone a watch. "This is your watch. And this." Back in Ephraim's thoughts, Deculian's sudden announcement of an assistant left her unsettled, making it hard for her to focus on the test. My father's legacy. This bracelet, I always ask myself, when will I become stronger? When will I prove myself? Instinctively, she looked down at her wrist, a habit she'd kept for a long time. To Deculian, who is my father? Why won't he give my father a chance? And why is he doing these good deeds now? Ephraim shook her head and told herself, "No, I can't lose focus. I must finish this task. I need to come up with a spell quickly." But her mind remained clouded with too many thoughts. At that moment, the clear voice of the prodigy Sylvia suddenly rang out, drawing everyone's attention. 25 minutes 50 seconds. I'm done. Hearing this, everyone turned to Sylvia in amazement. Flowers began to bloom before her, radiating a splendid aura. What? Not even 30 minutes. Of course, that's Sylvia. Turning to Deculian, he stared intently at Sylvia, making the small girl feel pressured and break into a sweat. But then Deculian simply nodded. "Perfect. You may go." Hearing that, Sylvia's eyes lit up with joy. She unconsciously glanced at Ephraim beside her and noticed she was still struggling with the pile of ingredients. Sylvia sighed in relief. Ephraim noticed this too. She gritted her teeth in anger and thought, "Damn it! I have to finish this too." As time passed, the other students finished their tests one by one. Deculian's voice continued across the classroom. "Julia, you may go. Lehin, you may go as well. Potan, you may go. Kane, you may go. Han, you may go." Students left the room in turn. On this side, Ephraim still hadn't completed her task, perhaps influenced by Deculian, but even after all the students had left and night had fallen, she still hadn't accomplished anything. Ephraim's face went blank as she berated herself. "I'm finished. Please, come up with something. Please think of something," she muttered to herself, forcing her mind to think. "Can't I do better than that damned Sylvia? I'm even the only one who couldn't accomplish anything the whole class. Why? Am I really so stupid that I can't finish a simple exercise like this?" She clenched her fist in anger. "Yes, I'm just ignorant. Revenge my ass. I haven't even studied properly. How can I compete with them?" Thinking that, she ground her teeth in frustration. Still, sitting in the classroom wouldn't solve anything. Finally, Ephraim slowly stood up, intending to leave. However, at that moment, Deculian's cold voice rang out. 5 hours and 47 minutes. How long do you intend to keep me waiting? Ephraim's eyes widened in surprise. Deculian? He's still here. She was filled with astonishment. Deculian looked at her, his tone icy. You had trouble with an easy exercise and failed to complete it on time, even though others finished before you. Even when someone you despise finished right in front of you. You must keep a cool, clear head at all times. With such a weak mindset, you'll never reach my level.
I'm disappointed, Eperene.
I thought you would do better. With that, Deculian quickly left the room, leaving Ephraim standing motionless there. No one knew what she was thinking. Time passed. Ephraim slowly sat back down at the desk, replaying Deculian's disappointed words before he left. Her hand curled into a fist, shaking uncontrollably from agitation. She clenched her teeth, bit her lip, and ground out, "So what? I can do it. Even if someone like him is disappointed in me, I can still do it, no matter the consequences," Ephraim shouted, then began focusing her magic, determined to finish the exercise at all costs. Back at Deculian's position. In truth, he hadn't left. He was standing just outside the door, quietly sensing the mana fluctuations inside the room and feeling a little relieved. This shouldn't be a problem. I've spent over 6 hours on Ephrine, but it was necessary. I need Ephrine to be stronger to prepare for future events. Because of the demon's appearance on Black Mountain, Deculion knew the main quest was about to begin. When an era of evil runs rampant, those who follow the path of good will appear in the main quest. Among them will be a stronger Ephrine. Right now, she still lacks the mental strength and sensitivity of a mage. But once Ephrine overcomes this obstacle, she will progress very quickly. Of course, that power will threaten me, but I will not allow it to happen. Fate is just an idea for those unwilling to strive. I only trust myself. With Deculion's personality, he would hardly allow anyone to catch up to him. As he thought this, he sensed the mana fluctuations in the room had ceased. Then the classroom door was flung open forcefully, and Ephrine stormed out, scowling. She didn't even notice that Deculion was standing there. After watching the young girl leave, Deculion calmly entered the classroom to check Ephrine's test results. As no surprise to him, the flowers had bloomed brilliantly. Seeing this, a smile unexpectedly appeared on the protagonist's cold face. He whispered, 6 hours and 25 minutes. The exercise is complete. After speaking, he took out a sheet of paper with Ephrine's picture on it and wrote something down. As he wrote, he muttered, "The girl has revealed the innate weakness of an academy student. Still, this result is worthy of contesting for first place." At the same time, the system issued a notification. "Congratulations! Side quest completed, your path. Shop XP +1. After finishing everything, Deculion dragged his tired body out of the room. However, while he was still walking across the campus, a cheerful voice called from ahead, "Oh, Professor Deculion, haha, long time no see." Hearing the call, Deculion immediately looked toward the speaker. Then the protagonist's expression tensed and sweat began to run. "It's Zeit. What is he doing here?" A few pieces of information about the burly man flashed through Deculion's mind. Zeit von Bruggen Frieden, currently the head of the Frieden family, and also Yulia's older brother. He was also the one who pushed for the engagement between Deculion and Yulia. But more importantly, his early-game combat power even surpasses Ganesha. In terms of strength, he ranks third at this stage, a figure notorious for terrifying combat ability. But why would someone like him seek me out? Could it be because of Yulia's snowstone? Thinking this, the biological alarm in Deculion's head kept ringing. He swallowed hard, unsure what to do. Could this situation be a deadly variable? I have no strategy to deal with this monster. Ahead, Zeit didn't know the protagonist was so worried he was about to piss his pants, so he cheerfully called out, "Great to see you. I've heard you and Yulia haven't been getting along lately, so I've been worried. So I decided to arrange a dinner this week. Are you free?" After hearing Zeit's upbeat tone, Deculion breathed a small sigh of relief. Thank goodness. For now, he still seems friendly. He was about to say something, but before he could open his mouth, Zeit's large hand slapped his shoulder. "Haha! Decisive. I like that. I've prepared the dishes you like, so come. I arranged it, so I'll take care of everything. Then see you later, Professor Deculion." Zeit's tone sounded more like an order than an invitation. Watching his large back leave, Deculion felt a bit uneasy. He hadn't been given a chance to refuse. No, rather, Zeit made it impossible to refuse. Zeit always puts his family above all. Who knows what would happen if I broke his plans? It seems I can't cancel this appointment. Time quickly passed to the next day. Scene shifts to the Frieden family. At this time, Yulia had been informed about the meeting with Deculion. Naturally, she would not agree easily. "I don't want to meet him. Besides, I'm busy training the cavalry, so I don't have time to meet." In response to his sister's objection, Zeit's face showed some vexation. "You're angry because someone stole a snowstone from you, right?" Hearing that, Yulia immediately retorted, "Pouting? Listen, no way," Zeit continued. "Why would he want a metal that's only useful for forging weapons? If not for you, then." Before the burly brother could finish, Yulia shouted, "If he plans to give me a sword, I'll break off the engagement immediately." She said it with a face full of anger. However, Zeit opposite her was equally irritated. Thick blue veins like worms began to bulge on his neck and face. The burly man even began to radiate a terrifying pressure and growled, "Yulia, think carefully. The other day I told you that doing that was very foolish. I'm certain I warned you. In politics, there is no room for personal feelings. And as far as I know, there's no man who loves you. Or do you have someone who likes you?" Opposite him, Yulia ground her teeth and replied, "No." Seeing her somewhat resigned face, Zite's tone softened a little as he asked, "Are you that concerned about Dekulian's past?" Yulia answered immediately, "It's none of my business." "Then why?" Zite asked further. For that question, she stood silent and did not answer. Seeing that, the head of the Frieden family had no intention of pressing further. Instead, he turned and left, but not before admonishing, "Be on time. If there's a problem, handle it." Behind him, Yulia remained standing silently. A mix of anger and helplessness began to swell inside her, making her hand clench tight. Then, as if to vent that anger, she frantically threw herself into sword training. The sound of wind-splitting strikes rang out continuously, and the ground around her suffered from her techniques. At that moment, a man in black approached from behind and warned, "Your sword path is chaotic, my lady." This black-haired man was Varen, Yulia's subordinate. Seeing him appear, Yulia calmed down somewhat and replied, "Varen, I'm sorry. You've seen my ugly side." Varen answered with a composed face, "It's nothing, my lady. I still can't believe that scoundrel suits you so much that the family head forced you to marry him." Turning to Yulia's perspective, not allowing his subordinate to speak further, she immediately cut him off. "Enough. As a knight, it's unbecoming to speak ill of others behind their backs. Don't dirty your hands for me." "I'm fine," Yulia said with emotion, then quickly spun and left. "I'm going home. Prepare yourself." "Yes, my lady," Varen replied from behind. Watching the small figure walking away step by step, the subordinate seemed to reach a decision. He thought, "My lady, I have finally found the answer to this suffering. I have found a way to prove my loyalty. As her subordinate, this is something only I can do. I will make you happy, my lady." Thinking that, he unconsciously grabbed the sword at his hip. His voice carried a hint of killing intent. In another development, because a demon had appeared on Black Mountain, Elder Burke of the council was convening a meeting. Inside the room, an elderly man spoke. "They say a demon has appeared on Black Mountain. At first, mages had to use secret arts to suppress its malice. But with the demon's reappearance, we must act immediately. Send letters to the 12 great families. Tell them to gather." According to Burke's wishes, time quickly passed to the next day. At this time, Dekulian was checking the items he had won at auction. Finally, he finished sorting the items he'd won. "I can use Ruperen's ring. It will help me recover mana faster. This amulet can also store mana. I'll put the remaining items in the cellar as Ganesha suggested. No need to worry about anyone stealing them." However, there was still a problem. The most important item couldn't be used right now. Dekulian's gaze turned to the precious snowstone he had arduously won at auction. It was currently locked away in a cabinet. "I know I can't use this snowstone immediately, but it still remains unmoved no matter how much spirit power I use. Is it resisting my mana? In the game it's very expensive. I could only admire it, so I don't know how to use it. If I melt it down, could I control it with spirit power?" Thinking that, Dekulian suddenly had an idea. "I can look up its properties in the library. A sword can be tamed through communication, so I have to communicate with and understand the stone? If that's the case, then don't hesitate another moment." He reached out and lightly touched the slab before him. Immediately, the snowstone erupted with a fierce light. Not long after, Dekulian reluctantly withdrew his hand. A message appeared on the screen. Insight plus 0.1%. Mana, 1, 357/3, 357 plus 300. Seeing how much mana he had spent to tame the stone, Dekulian could only shake his head in dismay. 2,000 mana just to increase 0.1%? It'll take me a year to tame this. Could I do better? Well, I should get out for a bit. Thinking that, Dekulian glanced at the calendar beside him and whispered, "Tonight I have a dinner with Zite, and there's also some event. Before I occupied this body, the plan was made 3 days before the day I died. Time quickly passed until late afternoon. Scene shifts to the Von Meschel restaurant. This is where that burly Zeit held the meeting. Deculian was already there. As soon as he appeared, the fried-in head cheerfully said, "Thanks for coming." Yulia went ahead. "She's waiting inside." Saying that, the two quickly stepped into the room, followed by murmurs of admiration from the guests. "You look beautiful dressed like that, Yulia." From everyone's gaze. Inside the room, Yulia wore an extremely alluring outfit, completely different from the armor she normally wore. Her radiant appearance even caused the cold young man Deculian to change expression slightly. He thought, "She usually only wears armor. I didn't expect she'd look so beautiful dressed up. No wonder Deculian likes her." Beside her, Yulia complained in response, "Of course. Do you know how much effort I put in?" Not paying much attention to that remark, after Zeit sat down, he turned to speak with another person at the party. "You came too." The woman replied that she came along to look after Yulia. Back to Deculian's perspective, the appearance of the unfamiliar woman at the party made him a bit uneasy. "I didn't know she'd come. I was too focused on Yulia, but I don't want to meet her here. Josephine. Even if she came as my fiancé's sister, it can't be that simple. She is the person I must be wary of above all others. She is someone who would do anything to achieve her goals. She's like a mad woman." Josephine is the head of Black Shadow, a covert intelligence organization. She is also very powerful, comparable to Zeit. The only person she respects is Yulia. So if anyone harms Yulia, she will be furious. I don't know why Josephine hasn't dealt with Deculian yet, but she's bound to do it. When I first stepped into this room, she radiated a huge murderous intent toward me. Perhaps it's the fate of the antagonist. I can clearly feel her killing intent. This variable will be very dangerous. In the end, I must show reverence to Yulia to survive this death. Deculian quietly reminded himself. Beside him, the burly Zeit, unaware his future brother-in-law was nervous, enthusiastically said, "Let's get straight to the point, Professor Deculian. When do you want to hold the celebration? It's been 3 years since you two got engaged, hasn't it?" Not giving Deculian a chance to answer, Yulia, sitting to one side, fumbled as if to speak. However, Zeit didn't let her voice her thoughts and put up a hand to stop her. "This is adult business." Hearing that, Yulia's gaze fell in sadness. Her lips pressed together tightly, speechless. Back to Deculian. Before voicing his thoughts, he cast a glance to observe the dangerous figure, Josephine, for a moment. From the protagonist's view, Josephine tilted her head slightly as if unconcerned. Yet her eyes, seemingly casual, were fixed on Deculian, making the hairs on his arms stand on end. To keep his own life safe, Deculian began to prepare the lines he'd rehearsed. "I'll let Yulia handle this. If she doesn't trust this marriage, I'm willing to give it up." Deculian's seemingly caring words made Yulia so angry she ground her teeth, while the burly family head Zeit gently chided, "Good heavens! Marriage is a serious matter. How can you take it lightly? Haven't you two been apart too long? If so, just rekindle the feelings. Marriage isn't something you can just drop. The elders of the family won't accept that either." Hearing this, Yulia could no longer hold back. She shouted, "Family head, please allow us to speak privately, please." From Yulia's tone, Zeit immediately guessed his sister was somewhat unset. After about 2 seconds' thought, he nodded in agreement. "All right, let's go, Josephine." So the two of them stood and left the room. Before walking out, Josephine even waved cheerfully, "Have a nice chat." Once the room door was closed, Yulia's cold voice rang out, "What are you planning to do this time? What do you want after all?" she asked, looking at Deculian with eyes full of hatred. At the same time, outside, Josephine stood silently in the corridor, secretly eavesdropping on the young couple's conversation inside the room. Back to Deculian, he didn't dare to risk answering the question immediately and instead glanced toward the door, worry clearly visible in his eyes. "She's eavesdropping behind that door. Josephine is listening." She acted as if she had left, but it was certainly only to hide her listening device. There's no way she actually left. However, this was also an opportunity. Josephine didn't know that she had been discovered. Deculian truly loved Yulia. if he could make her believe that he could avoid the deadly variable. With that thought, he switched on his superb acting skills to fool his little wife. He put on an emotional face and said, "Yulia, I'll tell you the truth. As you can see, I cannot cancel the betrothal as I wish. No, more precisely, there's nothing we can do. Things have gone too far." Hearing that, Yulia across from him clenched her hands and demanded, "So this time, what dirty method will you use to torment me? Before we were betrothed, you used your connections to force this marriage. You promised to compensate the elder of my family. Do you remember what you said to convince me? You said, 'Fighting is too dangerous.' Because of that line, you forced me to give up pursuing the Empire's cause, then suggested I take over as captain of Haidkane, the unit managed by the Ukline family. And when I refused, you spread all kinds of rumors about me. What are you trying to do?" As she spoke, tears welled in Yulia's eyes. She stared at Deculion, waiting for an answer, but looking at her face now, Deculion was also silenced. He told himself, "I know all of this." He had mistaken obsessive insistence on keeping her by his side for love, and he sabotaged everything around Yulia, so she had no choice but to stay. Deculion had committed unforgivable acts. Therefore, I understand Yulia's resentment better than anyone. Thinking this, Deculion could only say, "I will not do that anymore." "I don't believe you," Yulia shouted. Yet the protagonist's next words truly surprised her. "I know I pushed you too hard. I realize what I did was wrong. But I didn't do it alone. Your sister and brother also went too far. If it weren't for that, they would have no reason to oppose canceling the betrothal. Simply for family honor? Besides, shouldn't you leave your family behind to pursue your dream of becoming a guard? A guard is a knight not affiliated with any family, sworn to protect only the emperor. Yulia, I am neither honest nor loyal. I am completely the opposite of your ideal. I am not suitable for you. The only thing I can do for you is to maintain our betrothal, but not to marry you. I truly want you to be free, but given this tangled web of interests, I cannot. You can use my name to protect yourself as long as you need, until you can pursue your dream. I will wait, and I will keep our betrothal." Across from him, Yulia's face had lost all anger. Instead, she sounded skeptical. "What are you planning? Why are you saying all this now?" In response, Deculion kept his tone. "I'm not expecting anything by saying all this. However, if I could ask for one thing, I want to see your smile once a month." "That's what I wish for," he said with a sorrowful look. When Yulia heard this, her face blushed like a ripe fruit. Her voice became stammering and inarticulate. "What? Why would you suddenly want something like that?" Not only her, even Josephine, eavesdropping outside, was startled and blushed, leaving Zeit beside her a bit puzzled. Back to Deculion, he had been lost in thought. To avoid the deadly variable, I said what she wanted to hear. However, seeing how flustered Yulia was after his words, she looked truly adorable. I must admit, even the love Deculion felt for Yulia is mine now. Opposite him, Yulia's face grew redder. She said, shamefully, "Are you trying to trick me with such embarrassing words? Anyway, I don't believe you. I'll never trust your plan." Seeing her reaction, Deculion couldn't help but laugh out loud. But that made Yulia even more embarrassed. "Why are you laughing? I told you I wouldn't believe it." Outside, at Deculion's acting, even Josephine was completely convinced and felt reassured. Although slightly embarrassed, are his feelings real? If so, should I watch a little longer? In short, Deculion avoided another deadly variable and earned 2 more shop coins. Time passed quickly. 3 days later, he was in his fancy car, heading somewhere. Inside the car, Deculion glanced at the surroundings and thought, 3 days went by so fast, the Memorial Day has arrived. The protagonist's destination this time was a cemetery. After instructing the driver to wait outside, Deculion entered the cemetery alone. As he walked, Deculion's mood was full of emotion. Only the sound of footsteps in a graveyard can stir a person's feelings, simply because of the atmosphere. Sunlight threaded through the blades of grass and the cracks on the tombstones. My heart dissolved into this place before my body had a chance to. This is where my memories are kept, not Deculion's, but Kim Woojin's. Thinking that, Deculion looked toward a particular gravestone. Images of his ex-girlfriend, Ura, began to surface in his mind. Her beautiful smile was still imprinted in Deculian's memory. To clarify this, let's go back to a time in the past. It happened late one night. While Deculian was taking a short break, his girlfriend suddenly suggested, "I'm going to hide an Easter egg inside. I was thinking it would be great if we added something to Deculian's profile. He's the game's main boss, so I thought that would be enough. I also have the author's permission," she said excitedly. But faced with that attitude, Deculian was only slightly annoyed. He tossed his empty coffee cup into the trash and shook his head in complaint. "That will only add to our workload. We've been working all night. It doesn't directly affect revenue, so don't try to increase our workload." Team leader. Hearing that, Ara crossed her arms and protested, "Why not? This is important too. We have to put our hearts into the game." In response came the protagonist's sigh. "You're babbling again. Fine, do whatever you want. You didn't bring this up to ask my opinion anyway." From Ara's perspective, she looked at her boyfriend and said with delight, "I think it's a pretty good idea. It won't be useless. Deculian also has a deceased fiancé after all." At that time, Ara always spoke cheerfully about the interesting ideas she came up with. I couldn't understand what she found amusing about those stories. I didn't know what her joke meant. After she placed an Easter egg in, what made her smile so happily? To recall Kim Woojin's memories, I must find those clues. Did I call the idea great, or did I ruthlessly dismiss her? Thinking that, Deculian studied the gravestone before him. Inscribed on it were the words, "You are von Fergie's Mahinicht. Always grateful to you." Reading that inscription, Deculian seemed stunned. He stood there, dazed, thinking, why did she carve my name on this gravestone? Deculian was created based on Kim Woojin. Why did Ara use her own name for the deceased fiancé of Deculian? And why did she thank me? Thinking that, Deculian reached out and lightly touched the cold gravestone. A wave of emotion began to flood Deculian's body, causing him to be unable to hold back his tears. A single word could fill his entire being with feeling. It was as if he could hear Ara's whispers. Memories of earlier days returned in succession. The way she gushed praise for his drawings. The way she put a coat on him whenever he shivered from the cold. The way she held his hand and told him she loved him. The way she always helped him up when he was tired. 7 years together, always by my side. Memories of her. The more he thought, the more Deculian's tears flowed. However, there was one thing he did not know. Not far away, a strange man was watching him, grinding his teeth. He whispered, "I've found you, filthy mage." Time passed quickly. By now, Deculian's tear-streaked face had gone, replaced by his usual cold expression. Done with what he came to do, he wanted to leave the cemetery. As he walked, he thought, now I'm calm like this, as if I never cried just now. Deculian's personality is truly puzzling at times like this. With that in mind, the strange man stepped forward and blocked Deculian's path. Looking at his silhouette, the protagonist murmured, "A familiar face. Lockhart, isn't it?" From Deculian's view, the long-haired stranger held a sharp dagger. A murderous aura radiated from him, enough to make an ordinary person shudder in fear. He was Lockhart, the mage killer who had been wanted and publicized earlier. Seeing Deculian recognize him, Lockhart grew furious, like a mad dog about to bite. "You know of me? Unbelievable. How dare an arrogant, trivial mage like you say that?" Not answering the taunt, Deculian quickly reviewed what he knew about Lockhart. The mage killer Lockhart. This guy was a lieutenant villain who targeted only mages. What made him a natural enemy of mages was his ability to nullify magic. As in other games, nullification is often seen as cheating. Moreover, Lockhart's ability had no limits and wasn't even affected by physical force. Thinking that, as Lockhart lunged to get close to Deculian to taste some blood, he quickly used his telekinesis, sending fragments of stone flying forward like bullets. However, when the stones were only a few centimeters from Lockhart, they suddenly stopped, as if blocked by an invisible barrier. This made Deculian narrow his eyes. Although he had known beforehand, it still bothered him. Magic couldn't be used within his range. He muttered, while on the other side Lockhart opened his mouth in a loud laugh. "Ha! Stupid mage. Magic doesn't work on me." After saying that, he swung the dagger toward Deculion. Deculion nimbly jumped back to dodge. Next, Lockhart kept charging. His arm swung like a machine, attacking frantically. But with his observational skills, Deculion easily read his attack angles and gently evaded without difficulty. Most mages would tremble before Lockhart because of his special ability. However, Deculion was different. At that moment, Lockhart leapt into the air, aiming the dagger at Deculion, and shouted, "Die!" In response to his words, came a powerful punch from Deculion striking his face. The force of the blow immediately sent Lockhart's nose bleeding profusely. After all, Deculion's daily physical training was not for nothing. Lockhart's body was flung away like a torn sack. Seeing his pathetic state, Deculion said coldly, "It's meaningless to me." Lockhart roared in anger, "You bastard." But before he could utter more, he took a full-force kick to the face from Deculion. A few days earlier, I had managed to get 10 shop coins and buy mana quality enhancement. This helps improve my mana control efficiency. After enhancing mana quality, Deculion tried using telekinesis to manipulate a chair. Immediately, the chair shot up onto the roof and got stuck there. It seems I need to recalibrate this entirely. I only wanted to lift it a little, but now I realize I can unleash more mana than before. It seems this ability applies over a wider range than I thought. Now let's just carry on with daily life as usual. Saying that, Deculion quickly took off his shirt and tossed it aside, then began his usual pull-up exercise. However, the moment he grabbed the bar, Deculion suddenly noticed something strange. He hurriedly withdrew his hand and saw deep, distinct indentations where he'd gripped. This surprised Deculion. "What is this? I thought it would be only a mild enhancement, but in reality, it significantly increased my bodily strength quality." Back in the present, Lockhart had been kicked flat on the ground like a dead dog by Deculion. At the same time, the system announced, "Villain's fate. Surpassed uncertain death. Shop coins +2. Not paying much attention to the notification, Deculion simply stared at Lockhart, the man he had been beating like a dog, and thought, "I know that mana quality enhancement also applies as an attribute. I could beat Lockhart with the Iron Man attribute, but since that characteristic has become stronger, everything is easier than I expected." In front of him, Lockhart's body began to tremble uncontrollably as he tried to get up. He kept cursing under his breath. "Damn it! I could have wiped out those damn mages. Traitorous mages. The ones who betrayed God, Vicem. The Brecks. The shameless brats. You're all madmen. You're just a useless insect without magic." Deculion, with his noble dignity, did not get angry at Lockhart's meaningless curses. He began to consider this man's power, a skill so strong it could be considered cheating, a rage directed squarely at mages. And within that expression was betrayal. Deculion suddenly thought of something and asked, "Lockhart, are you of the Scarlet Clan?" This unexpected question left Lockhart looking stunned. He stared at Deculion, then hesitantly asked, "You? How did you know?" The Scarlet Clan is named so because they are all born within a curtain of blood. Their bloodline descends from demons of ancient times. They conceal their identities and live scattered across the continent, the race opposed to mages. Just as magic was created to fight demons, the conflict between mages and the Scarlet Clan is a core element in shaping the worldview, and is also one of the main storylines of the game. However, the Scarlet Clan constantly faces mortal danger, simply because of their ancestors. A purge is very likely happening somewhere right now. Thinking of that, Deculion's face showed some sympathy. He said, "Lockhart, I understand you very well. The oppression you've endured for so long has truly been harsh. But if you kill an innocent mage, you'll become a monster like them." In response to this, Lockhart's face twisted with extreme rage. He shouted, as if he couldn't accept that such words could come from a mage, "Shut up! What do you know? Stop preaching and just kill me." But Deculion calmly explained, "I know that, because the Scarlet Clan is innocent too." This statement left Lockhart momentarily stunned. But quickly he countered, "What? You little mage, what did you just say?" Deculion remained calm and replied, I am Deculion of the Eucline family. It is a family of high nobility, one that has never lost its dignity. Hearing Deculion introduce himself, Lockhart truly could not understand. He shouted, "Are you going to preach to me before you kill me?" But Deculion continued, "The only time I lost my dignity was when facing a demon. The Eucline line has hunted demons since ancient times. We start to go mad as if we're just waiting to see a demon. It's an instinct I cannot overcome. But did I lose my dignity and composure when standing before you? Did I waver when you provoked me? Did I go mad as if I'd been waiting for it for a long time? You are human. You can trust me." Ahead, Lockhart's face truly became dazed. An unusual thought suddenly arose in his mind. Perhaps this is the dignity of a true noble. At that moment, a shout came from the distance. "Over here! Hurry up!" Hearing the call, Deculion quickly delivered a kick to Lockhart's chin, causing him to spit blood and faint on the spot. "So, stay there and surrender," he murmured, though Lockhart could no longer hear him. Shortly after, one of two people who had run up stood at attention and introduced himself. "I am Inspector Rabar. That was quite a kick. You must be Professor Deculion. As for this murderer, should I give him a few more kicks?" he said, turning to glare angrily at Lockhart. Fortunately, Deculion stepped in to stop him. "It's fine, leave him be." With that said, he began to use his telekinesis. A pile of sand not far away slowly changed, gradually forming a sturdy rope. Seeing this, Inspector Rabar was stunned. "I didn't expect magic to be this wondrous." Deculion handed him the rope he had made and instructed, "This one can nullify magic, so spells won't work on him. Instead, tie him with this rope." "So miraculous? No wonder he's so good at fleeing. And why the magic radar didn't work?" Rabar said in amazement. Then Deculion asked, "Why did you arrive early? Weren't you on patrol?" Inspector Rabar shook his head slightly and explained, "We came after receiving a report." "Didn't you report it, Professor?" "Not me. Someone must have heard the commotion and called it in." "Then I'll go ahead. You get to work." "Understood," Rabar replied quickly. Back to Deculion, the encounter with Lockhart here was a minor matter for him. Luckily, he could resolve it without bloodshed. There are still traces of that person here. I don't want to hurt anyone, Deculion thought to himself. Time passed quickly. Scene change. The next day, at the Eucline Manor, Deculion's training room. At that time, his sister Uriel was also present to deliver a summons from the Birched Council. She said, "It's the first meeting in 15 years at Birched." Hearing that, Deculion paused his training. He took the letter and casually asked, "You came all the way here just to give me this scroll?" Uriel replied with a bored expression, "Because you don't care, so I had to come in person. Isn't it the head of the family's role to look after this household? And when will you put some clothes on?" Meanwhile, Deculion quickly opened the scroll and grasped the letter's contents. It read, "Recently, demons have appeared on Black Mountain. Therefore, the Birched Council wishes to assemble the families to discuss this matter." At the same time, the system issued a main quest for him. Main quest Birch summons. After reading it, Deculion said to Uriel, "It will take place in a week. I can bring someone with me, like a guard." Hearing this, Uriel was a bit surprised, then probed, "You need a guard? Then I'll ask Jeff. He used to be with the mercenary company." Deculion shook his head. "No need for that. Someone like Jeff is even less necessary. He's more used to holding a helm than a weapon." Opposite him, Uriel let out a soft snort, but then her expression grew worried as she warned, "You can't go without a guard. I've been there, the journey to Birched can be life-threatening. I've been there, the journey to Birched can be life-threatening." Her words made Deculion pause slightly. He asked, "You're worried about me? Dream on. Don't say such disgusting things. I just can't let you die before I officially take the headship from you." Uriel shouted, before she awkwardly cleared her throat and added, "Leave the guard matter to me. I'll hire someone trustworthy." Scene change. Frieden military camp. At this time, Yulia was training a group of soldiers. "Good. That's the attitude. Keep your focus." Not far away, the deputy commander looked ahead with a face full of anxiety. "What should I do?" In response, someone behind spoke up. What do you mean? The sudden voice startled the deputy commander, who shouted. At least walk so you make some noise, Varen. We just landed a big contract. But there's something that worries me. I'm not sure we should accept. Varen raised an eyebrow. Don't speculate. Tell me your concern, deputy. Hearing that, the man could only bitterly speak his worry. This matter is awkward to bring up with her. The mission is to protect Deculion. More precisely, to protect the entire convoy. But plainly, they know if they asked us to guard the whole convoy we wouldn't agree. That's why they downplayed it, the deputy said calmly. What he didn't know was that when Varen heard the name Deculion, his hand trembled with excitement. However, Varen quickly hid his earlier manner and advised. Take that mission. Guarding an entire convoy isn't something just anyone can do. If we succeed, our army's reputation will rise immediately. Money worries will ease too. After all, we are a private army. The deputy still hesitated. But the commander, about Deculion, however, Varen cut in coldly. It's fine. Our commander isn't the kind to let personal feelings interfere with a mission. Hearing this, the deputy nodded in agreement. That's true. I'll report back to the commander then. With that said, the man quickly departed. Behind him, Varen stood there with a cold expression. Birched is the name of a plateau mountain range in the northern part of the continent, rising to 3,500 meters. It is also the home of the mages known as the Birched Elders. This place is the center of all magical schools across the continent, where all thought and research on magic converge. Magic towers are expected here, and even the floating isles of other mages cannot disobey orders from this place. Birch's influence is so great it can be considered the pillar of the magical world. And because the Grand Convocation is rarely called only once every few decades, being summoned to Birched for this event is both an honor and a recognition of one's status within the magical community. However, a summons from Birched is also known as the Grave of Mages. Scene change, Birch Station. At present, Yulia's group is at the station. She instructs her vice-captain. Have you prepared thoroughly? Course, don't worry. The vice-captain replies, then adds, he's coming. Hearing that, the knight Yulia also turns back and sees Deculion approaching with his assistant Alan. On this side, Alan looks around with interest, then exclaims in surprise, wow, it's April. Yet the snow is so heavy, Professor. Indeed, we are far in the north. Returning to Yulia, upon seeing them she steps forward to greet. Thank you for coming all this way. From this transfer station, the Freiden Association will be responsible for protecting half the train. We will do our utmost to protect you and ensure you have a comfortable journey, she says with a flushed face. It seems the meeting party from before still lingers in her mind. Thinking of Deculion's words from before, I hope you will show me your smile once a month. Yulia's whole body begins to tremble again. She keeps asking herself, what should I do now? Should I smile? If I smile, how should I smile? A bright grin? Or just a faint smile? Why do I have to put up with this? Behind her, the vice-captain, seeing Yulia's trembling, silently weeps inside. Even though she hates him to her core, she still gives her all for him. She truly deserves respect. Captain, thinking this, he speaks up. Captain, I'll handle it. But before he can finish, the subordinate Varen steps forward and introduces himself. My name is Varen. This time I was assigned as the guard. They only came here to show their respect after entrusting me with this duty. In response, the vice-captain smiles, pats Varen on the back a few times and introduces. This kid is truly capable, recognized by our association. So you don't need to worry, Professor. Protagonist's perspective, Deculion. Seeing the vice-captain praise Varen in front of him, Deculion quietly frowns and observes. A capable person. Huh? To be sure, I should check with keen sight, but I can't sense any special energy from him. Am I overthinking this? Across from him, Varen has no idea Deculion is subtly checking him. He casually says, most mages travel with guards, so each carriage is assigned one. I'll be in charge of the carriage you're in, Professor. Deculion nods. Then I'll be counting on you. On this side, after finishing the greetings, Yulia prepares to leave. All right, I'm done. Have a safe trip. After saying this, she quickly departs with the vice captain. However, as if remembering something, she suddenly turns back. She forces a strained smile, her face flushed. Across from them, Deculion chuckles. So she kept her word, he murmurs. Time passed quickly. A few hours later, inside the carriage, Deculion notices his assistant Alan looking tired. So he advises, if you're tired, just sleep. We still have a few hours to go. In response, Alan, his eyes already heavy, doesn't refuse. Yes, I'll take a quick nap then. Saying that, he leans back slightly in his seat and dozes off, while Deculion remains lost in thought about the convocation called by Birched. The summons from Birched is also called the Grave of Mages, for a particular reason. Birched is regarded as the pillar of the magical world, but it also has a second, completely opposite face. That's because unexpected events always occur whenever the grand convocation at Birched is held. One of the greatest dangers is attacks on the trains. Getting through such an event safely is not easy. One of the reasons for the original Deculion's death was an intellectual game that required guessing which train route to take to Birched would be safe. If you wanted a lower-risk option, you could buy information from the underworld about which train would be attacked. If he were the original Deculion, he certainly would have done that. However, now he can't. After I inhabited Deculion, I severed all ties with the underworld. Therefore, before coming here, I prepared various measures to protect myself. For example, that's why I used insight to learn the legendary martial art Estran combat. And to be fair, Alan is sleeping very soundly. He was riled up with excitement earlier, yet now he can sleep peacefully. Rewinding to a few days earlier, when Deculion made the offer to his assistant, Alan, would you like to come to Birched with me? Be my assistant. Of course, since this trip is dangerous, you can refuse if you want. Across from him, Alan was so moved he nearly cried. Thank you so much, Professor. It's an honor for someone like me to be given this opportunity, he says, sniffling and with tears streaming, which annoys Deculion, who hates mess. If your nose starts running, I won't bring you along. Back in the present. Honestly, Alan's agreement surprised Deculion a little. Really surprising. I didn't think he'd agree to come despite knowing how dangerous it is. Could he be more ambitious than I thought? Time passed quickly. The train made a brief stop to drop off passengers at some station. Deculion looks out and thinks, now only the final stop remains. Birched. Nothing has happened so far. Did I choose the right train? I prepared extremely carefully, but it seems it was all for naught. Before leaving, I used the Midas hand on the outfit of a renowned master to boost its defensive capability. I also reinforced various wooden and steel components and concealed them inside the carriage. I even cast spells on Alan's clothes. Thinking of this, Deculion's expression grows somewhat somber. Lately I've used the Midas hand so often that I have almost no mana left. Should I use it on something else? What a waste. Preparation is preparation, but it's best if nothing happens. Hopefully things will remain peaceful like this, Deculion whispers to himself, but things never go according to his plans. Just as the train was crossing a large stone bridge, suddenly one of the carriages exploded, producing an enormous blast. Rewinding to a few days earlier, before Deculion boarded the train to Birched, Giltheon and Sylvia, father and son, had already begun their journey. Inside the carriage, Uncle Giltheon complains to his daughter, aren't you going to put your book down even on the train? Opposite them, Sylvia keeps her head bent over the exercise workbook. The professor assigned a lot of exercises. Hearing this, Giltheon chuckles and advises, haha, you'll become a great mage one day, and yet you're more diligent than anyone. In reply, Sylvia says calmly, if I can't even do this, how could I become a great mage? After saying that, her face shows slight annoyance, her eyes thoughtful as she thinks, honestly, I'm not worried about Ephraim at all, but I still want to hear more of Deculion's lectures. Pondering this, Sylvia grows curious and asks her father, Father, why did we leave early to attend the Birched convocation? Couldn't we have gone in a few days? Opposite them, hearing the question, Giltheon suddenly falls silent. He is silent for a long moment, then his steady voice speaks. Have you ever heard that the trip to Birched is the grave of mages? Sylvia, surprised, asks back, I thought that was just a ghost story? Then her father shakes his head and slowly explains. It's not a joke. Whenever a convocation to Birched occurs, a few mages always perish. 15 years ago, as many as 11 people died. For a long time, being summoned to Birched has been a sign of a prestigious family. If you are chosen among the 20 families and attend, your family's name will be etched into history. However, families summoned but unable to attend the convocation are permanently struck from the list. And there is an important rule. A new family will take that vacant position. So, what do you think is the easiest way to bring down a prestigious family? Sylvia, hearing this, understands the point. Surely families not among the 20 honored clans would try to kill participants to take their places. Still, she finds it hard to believe. No, before she can finish, Gilthian admits. That's exactly it. The trip to Birched is like thin ice. Those who crave to become esteemed mages will lose their lives for what they seek. That's why we had to hurry. We received word that a group is plotting to attack the train departing after hours. I brought you along to be as careful as possible. However, if this leaks, there will certainly be trouble. Saying this, Gilthian pauses, then thinks, should I explain this to Sylvia? After all, she will have to face the world's cruelty. With that thought, he continues, among the 12 traditional families, do you think any family has always held its position? If someone must be punished for this, it must be all mages. The deaths on the way to this convocation are, in essence, like a magical natural death. Back to the present. The explosion from the carriage immediately puts Deculian and Varen on alert. Deculian narrows his eyes and begins to use his mental force. The nearby window instantly shatters. Because of the blast, Alan slowly wakes up. Seeing the scene before him, he's astonished. What is happening?
Alan panics.
Professor, look, the entire train is hovering in midair. Back to Deculian. At that moment, he breathes a sigh of relief inwardly. What a relief. Estrin's martial art was part of it, but memorizing the primary kinetic incantation before departure helped us survive. At the same time, on the roof of the carriage, the attacking assassin group is also stunned. This is impossible. The whole train is floating in midair. Are the senior professors really that different? In response to the assassin who spoke, another in the group growls. This is a bit unexpected, but we're only getting started. Everyone, focus. If we succeed, we'll receive a worthy reward. With that, they drop a rope down and use it to swing into the carriage, where Deculian is sitting. They kick through the window glass and climb inside, sending shards of glass flying everywhere. However, Deculian had long prepared for this attack. Seeing them appear, he coolly says, "What a bunch of fools. Too bad for you that I anticipated this long ago." As the words leave his mouth, he immediately uses his mental power to direct broken steel and splintered wood to fly at the assassins like bullets. They had just swung into the carriage and hadn't recovered when they were perforated like a beehive. Beside him, his assistant Alan, witnessing the scene, cries out in shock, "Professor, this is an attack. What's happening?" Hearing this, Deculian glances at him, then grabs Alan by the nape and snaps his neck, causing him to faint on the spot. "Rest for a bit, Alan," Deculian whispers, then turns to Varen. "Varen, is that you? Take this kid to safety. If there are other passengers in other carriages, evacuate them." Following Deculian's request, Varen quickly carries Alan out of the carriage. As he watches their backs disappear, Deculian thinks to himself, "Alan's nape feels too soft. I can sense the difference thanks to the steel body trait that enhanced my senses. Could it be?" He has a hint of suspicion, but very quickly, Deculian pushes the thought aside. He turns inward, facing the remaining assassins. "I'll deal with this first, then think." Staring at them, he says coldly, "You started this, so you should know what's right, yes? Your deaths here will be natural deaths." As the words ring out, Deculian's body erupts with fierce mana that makes the assassin's hair stand on end. An overwhelming sense of danger begins to envelop them. Back with Varen. After placing Alan safely propped against a rock below, Varen looks up at the carriage floating in the air. He frowns slightly. No one knows what he is thinking. Time quickly passes. Back to Deculian. Inside the carriage, The assassins' bodies lie scattered everywhere. Pools of blood stain the floor. None of them breathe. Teculian wearily leans back in his seat, trying to steady his breathing. More exhausting than I thought. Mitigating the explosion's damage while fighting at the same time has drained my mana. As he thinks this, he looks at his trembling hand. His mana now is down to exactly 10 points. Soon after, the swordsman Varen returns to the carriage and reports, "I've taken all the remaining passengers to safety." Hearing this, Teculian nods in praise. "Well done. Then we should..." Before he finishes, Teculian's eyes flash with surprise. He studies Varen's expression intently, then thinks, "This guy. His gaze is different than before. Well, I was stunned by the attack too. He must be surprised as well, right?" That's what Teculian thinks. But immediately after, he sees red auras continuously rising from Varen. This is the sign of death, a sign tied to the fate of a villain. Sweat immediately beads on Teculian's face. He's been moving with me all this time while hiding his true nature? I let my guard down. Ahead, the swordsman Varen no longer hides his intent. He draws his sword, points it at Teculian, and says coldly, "Fortunately you survived. I must kill you with my own hands." Teculian, already exhausted, tries to buy time and asks, "One last question. Are you doing this on someone's orders? Is it Yulia?" At that, Varen across from him screams like a mad dog, "Stop! If you mention my master's name one more time, I won't forgive you." She is a courageous warrior. She would never think of such things. Erase that imagination from your mind. You will die by my hand for my master. From Teculian's point of view, seeing Varen's determined face, he quickly pieces things together. It seems this has nothing to do with Yulia, judging by his expression. But the problem now is, I only have 10 mana points left. Can I defeat someone talented enough to be rated an excellent warrior of Team Fryden in this state? Teculian asks himself. However, Varen offers him no time to think. He suddenly launches his attack. Then my duty as a guard ends here. With that, he rushes at Teculian, swinging his sword down at lightning speed. Seeing this, Teculian forces himself to control a shard of wood and steel, quickly blocking the blow. At the same time, he cancels the spell that had kept the train suspended in the air. So, the train begins to fall straight downward. Cut to Sylvia's private room. Outside, a knight carrying 2 ice creams cheerfully offers, "Would you like to try some, milady? This is Birch's specialty. Eternal snow ice cream." Sylvia, the genius, merely sighs and declines. "I'm fine. You can have more, Sirio. I'm tired of them."
I've eaten plenty.
"Is everyone here?" Hearing this, Sirio the knight asks, "Whom do you mean?" "Except for Eucline and Rewind, everyone is here." "Milady, are you waiting for someone?" "Ah, no." Sylvia shakes her head. Her expression is thoughtful, which seems to make Sirio realize something. He quickly leaves the room, saying, "Then, I'll take my leave. If anything happens, call me milady." Back to Sylvia's perspective. Sitting alone in the room, she begins to recall an old memory. A day in the cemetery. It was just a normal day. A day she visited her mother and spoke to her. She gently placed a bouquet on the cold gravestone and said, "How have you been lately, mother? Professor Teculian is terrible. He gives too much homework, as if I only attend his class today." But at that moment, she suddenly hears a sobbing sound coming from somewhere. Unable to contain her curiosity, Sylvia quietly follows the sound, and then she witnesses an unexpected scene. Up ahead, a figure is kneeling before a grave. It is Teculian. Even seen from behind, she immediately recognizes her teacher. Even just his hunched back. One look and she is certain it is Teculian. Why is he in a place like this? I don't think he's the type to be sorrowful over someone else's loss, Sylvia wonders to herself. At the same time, ahead, Teculian stands up. At the corners of his eyes, 2 lines of tears still remain. This leaves Sylvia dazed. Is he crying? Teculian, the man always cold and stern, had shed tears. That's wonderful. I always thought he was an annoying, self-righteous professor. But he himself, once lost someone he loved. Those tears, like shooting stars, they weave through my mind. At that thought, her heart seems to beat a little faster. She remembers her father's words from before. I received word that a group is plotting to attack the train. Gilthian's remark made Sylvia a bit worried. How bothersome. After hearing Deculian's lecture that day, I felt there was something I wanted to try. If I try using this mana stone, could it work? Among the 3 attributes of primal magic, all are formed by using root spells and their variations. Sylvia's magic is a combination of the 3 basic attributes. She uses the mana stone as a medium and reshapes it as she wishes. Now Sylvia begins to channel the magic within her, making the stone in her hand glow with a sparkling radiance. Then streams of energy pour from the stone, starting to converge. Finally, a small dove gradually appears. I did it, Sylvia exclaims joyfully, then begins to name the bird. From now on, your name will be Swift. As she says it, she gently presses her forehead to the little bird's head, as if conveying something to it. After finishing, Sylvia softly flicks the dove into the air, then whispers, "Fly, go and show me what you see." Back at Deculian's location, the train is not entirely plunging into the ravine. Instead, part of it remains snagged on the mountainside. Inside the carriage, Deculian's face contorts in pain. The train luckily held fast and did not fall. But I think I broke a few bones. I'll recover soon, thanks to the iron body trait. As he thinks this, before Deculian can do much, a sword hurtles straight toward him. Fortunately, with his enhanced senses, Deculian notices in time and tilts his head to dodge. Next, he swings his arm to control a shard of wood and steel, striking Varen on the head. But the blow is repelled by a pale red aura, a protective force field. Deculian wonders to himself. Across from him, Varen can't help but praise Deculian's durability. "You're stubbornly persistent, Deculian." Saying that, he coats his sword in an aura, then dashes forward to deliver a horizontal slash. Deculian strains to manipulate the floating wood and steel shards around him to block the attack. Varen's strikes are extremely fast and powerful. Sweat begins to fall from Deculian's face. He's strong. Varen is far stronger than me. Even at my best, I couldn't beat him, but Deculian will never fall in situations like this. Varen's strikes are extremely fast and powerful. Sweat begins to fall from Deculian's face. He's strong. Varen is far stronger than me. Even at my best, I couldn't beat him, but Deculian will never fall in situations like this. Opposite him, Varen keeps rushing in, attacking relentlessly. But Deculian's wood and steel shards also have a limit. After taking countless blows, they begin to splinter. Seeing this, Deculian lets out a faint smile. Damn it, if the sword cuts me, will the game end? Or will nothing have ever happened? Will I open my eyes back in the office? If not, then what will happen? A spray of fresh blood spurts into the air. Looking at the sword nearly at his throat, Deculian tells himself, it's all over. However, suddenly an unexpected anomaly occurs. The space inside the carriage begins to warp, as if being distorted. This leaves Deculian staring in bewilderment. What is this? Is the space fluctuating? Next, a streak of blood suddenly appears on Varen's wrist. Before anyone knows what happened, his hand has been severed and falls backward. The pain is so intense that even a knight like Varen cannot help but clutch his arm and scream. Seeing this, Deculian immediately realizes his chance. I don't know what happened, but this is my opportunity. Saying that, he uses his remaining mana to drive a rusted shard of steel straight into Varen's right ankle, startling him. But that is not all. Immediately after that attack, Deculian hooks his leg and kicks Varen's left leg. The powerful kick makes Varen stagger, lose momentum, and fall backward. He crashes into a few seats and tumbles out through the large hole in the carriage. However, Varen reacts very quickly. At that moment, he manages to draw a dagger and drive it hard into the floor, keeping himself from falling below. Seeing this, Deculian calmly steps forward toward him, looking at him with cold eyes. This angers Varen. His face contorts as he asks, "What did you just do?" Deculian shakes his head slightly in reply, "I don't know either. More importantly, Why did you try to kill me? I don't remember anything between us. What? I remember clearly the crimes you committed against my master. Varen responds. By now, Deculian sees Varen's nature clearly. He is blindly loyal. You really say this is for Yulia's benefit? Even though Yulia didn't ask you to do this? What is Yulia to you that you do something like this? To this, Varen only replies coldly. You will never understand, Deculian. Then, memories begin to stir within Varen. The scene shows Knight Yulia speaking with a group of people. The woman opposite says, Thank you. Thank you so much. If not for you, things would have been terrible. Yulia bows in response. Of course, I only did my duty as a knight. Elsewhere, the boy Varen struggles and protests loudly. Let me go. I didn't do anything wrong. That guy started it. Hearing this, the woman immediately turns to him and says venomously, Do you know how good my Jason is? Surely you've done something wrong. Behind her, a kid with a bruised eye smirks. Hee. That's right. His expression only angers Varen more. Want to die? Varen snarls. To that, the woman just sneers threateningly. Haven't you learned your lesson? I'm about to hand you over to the police. Let's see what happens to you. You should kneel and beg for mercy. You beat my child. You'll be charged with assault and unlawful entry. Back in Yulia's view, she stands aside, seeming to realize something. She interjects hurriedly. Wait a moment. You're saying that boy trespassed? That's right. Its behavior matches its social status exactly. The woman says coldly, admitting it. This surprises Yulia. She looks at Varen more closely. Did that boy climb over those high walls? Such a scrawny boy? Thinking that, as if having made up her mind, the knight says, I'll take the child to the police station myself. Please rest here, ma'am. So Yulia takes Varen and leads him away. Along the way, the kid Varen keeps shouting, Let me go. I told you to let me go. I didn't do anything wrong. Why take me to the police? Hearing that, Yulia's steps halt. She murmurs. The Phrygia family is notorious for their behavior. I'm certain you're telling the truth, at least partly. This gives Varen a glimmer of hope, and he continues to explain. Not just partly. I really didn't do anything wrong. But before Varen can finish, Yulia cuts him off loudly. You still shouldn't hit people. If you come with me, I'll teach you how to control yourself. What will you choose to do? Yulia's words make Varen visibly surprised. Then he asks, Will you feed me? For Varen, that's how my master and I first met. After that, I joined the knights. However, because of my childhood and temperament, I couldn't get along with others. The only one who cared for me was Yulia. Yes, everything really was fine. As long as I can stay by the captain's side, my master is always ahead of me. She always helps others, and she never compromises with injustice. My respect and admiration for her continue to grow, and so does my love for her. I know my feelings only hinder her. I know my emotions are a burden to her. However, I must kill him. One day he will bring destruction to my master. Varen says with eyes full of hatred, and at those words even Deculian must admit inwardly. He's right. All the terrible things in this world are butterfly effects from what Deculian did. However, I will change what Deculian did. I'm certain Deculian's fate is not destruction. Thinking that, Deculian reaches out to Varen. Take my hand, Varen. No matter what happens, I won't harm Yulia. Trust me. His words make Varen's face slightly pensive. Unfortunately for our protagonist, his words fall on deaf ears. Varen doesn't hear a single one. Moreover, the red aura covering him flares even more intensely. This makes even a patient person like Deculian lose his composure. He snaps angrily. Do you really have no intention of changing your mind? Below, Varen replies with an expressionless face. Yes, I will not change my decision. No matter what, I will kill you. Back to Deculian. Toward this kind of fool, he has no intention of holding back. Idiot! Your stupid choice today will torment Yulia forever. Then, Deculian tightens the rusted shard in his hand and strikes straight at Varen. At the same time, elsewhere, the knight Yulia suddenly flinches. This makes the vice-captain ask with slight concern. Captain, are you feeling unwell? Worried about Varen again? He can take care of himself. Haha, right? Yulia smiles in response. unaware that, far away, her loyal subordinate is falling free through the air. "Master, I hope you will be happy." He whispers one last line. At the same time, the pigeon created by the genius Sylvia is hovering directly above the carriage. Through its sight, Sylvia witnessed the entire incident. Deculion had fought with his master's bodyguard, and the bodyguard fell off the cliff. No, more precisely, that knight tried to kill Master Deculion first, and Deculion killed him in self-defense. Sylvia quickly concluded. However, at that moment, the voice of the knight Sirio called from behind her. "Miss Sylvia, here you are. Let's go back. The break is about to start." "All right," Sylvia replies and hurries after her knight. Still, she feels some worry. She wonders if Deculion will arrive on time. Time quickly passes. A group of police received a report of a bombing on the train and rushed to the scene. The investigator in charge is Deputy Director of Security, Lilia Freemian. Seeing her arrive, several men run up to greet her. "What an honor, Deputy Director." Lilia, not wanting to waste time, asks directly. "There was an explosion and an attack?" "Yes," the experienced-looking man answers. "However, such incidents happen often when the Birch Summit is near, so it's not a major issue." As he speaks, he hands Lilia a report book. While reviewing the documents, Lilia asks, "I see. Were there any casualties?" The man nods and explains. "Yes. Although no one was injured, 2 people are missing, one bodyguard named Varen and Professor Deculion. You can hear the details from that survivor over there." As he says this, he points to the assistant Alan, who is still unconscious, leaning against a rock. Lilia continues to question those nearby to confirm the situation. While speaking with a photographer, she receives an interesting piece of information. "A night saved me. The train hovered midair for a while, and when I came to, the train had fallen. I think the assassin tried to attack again." Hearing this, Lilia is puzzled and asks, "The train stopped midair?" The photographer quickly senses her confusion, produces a photo, and explains, "Here's the picture. I was so shocked I had to capture it immediately." In the photo, Deculion holds the train fixed in midair with his psychic power. This is hard for Lilia to believe, despite the clear evidence before her. He lifted the entire train with magic. Ridiculous. Suddenly, a voice rings directly in her head. "Knight Varen is dead. I do not know why, but Varen attempted to murder Deculion and ultimately failed. Senior Professor Deculion survived." The sudden words startle Lilia. She quickly turns to search for the source of the message, but sees no suspicious person. Where is this signal coming from? Lilia narrows her eyes, scanning everyone around, but still cannot identify who contacted her. Suddenly someone in the crowd points forward and shouts, "Someone's coming from the other side. Is that Professor Deculion?" All eyes turn to a figure approaching. Deculion looks a bit disheveled, but his gaze remains sharp. He is lost in thought about the earlier battle. If that strange phenomenon hadn't occurred then, by luck, I would have been killed by an unnamed knight. Without someone's help, I can't believe I was so helpless. But in the end, who helped me? Deculion asks himself silently. As for Lilia, seeing Deculion appear, she introduces herself. "Senior Professor Deculion, I'm glad you're safe. I'm Lilia Freemian from the Security Bureau. I have a few questions regarding the incident." In response, Deculion doesn't answer but instead asks, "What time is it?" His question surprises Lilia slightly, but she replies, "It's 3:30 in the afternoon." Hearing that, Deculion immediately calculates. He has 6 hours left to quickly get to the Birch conference. Meanwhile, Lilia continues questioning. "These questions are official. I expect you to." Before she can finish, Deculion bluntly interrupts. "Is this train the only way to get to Birch?" Deculion's refusal to answer frustrates Lilia, but she forces herself to stay calm and grits out, "No. There's also an overland route and a sea route on the other side. Let me ask again. Please hear me out. Professor, the knight who was with you." Lilia hasn't finished speaking when she suddenly realizes that Deculion's figure has vanished. She can't help but wonder, turning to the 2 men nearby. Wasn't Professor Deculion just here? Maybe he used acceleration magic. Even after stopping the train from derailing with psychic power, then fighting the assassin and Varen, He still has enough strength to use such high-tier magic? How much mana does he have? So he's the Deculian Lockhart mentioned. Cut to the birched assembly. Representatives from the powerful houses are seated safely around a large round table. On one side, Uncle Gilthian murmurs, "It's almost 9:30. The moment the stars converge." Beside him, the genius Sylvia looks a bit anxious. She glances at the two empty seats and thinks, he still hasn't arrived. Cut to another corner of the assembly. Behind a curtain, a cloaked mage sits. He speaks. "Before the assembly begins, I wish to express my deep gratitude to those who answered the summons." As his voice rings out, a terrifying surge of magic radiates, making Sylvia frown at the pressure it exerts. This magic is extraordinary. He must be Desikan, the great elder of Birched. He is the leading candidate to become an archmage, a living legend who has renounced the mundane world. So, at minimum, I must reach that level to attempt to become an archmage. No one knows these thoughts flit through the little girl's mind. Desikan's voice continues. "After roll call, we will begin the assembly." He pauses, then begins reading the names of each house. Gilthian of Ilade, present. Uncle Adeline answers at once. Thus, names are called one by one, and of course everyone replies when their house is named. However, when Desikan calls the Eucline house, no one responds. "Eucline hasn't arrived?" Desikan's voice deepens. "If he does not arrive before I call his name 3 times, I will consider him unresponsive to the summons and the Eucline house will be disqualified from the mage ranks." These words instantly stir the hall into an uproar. Disqualified from the mage houses. This is a major event. They were summoned for the first time 200 years ago. Someone in the meeting jeers. Wasn't this foretold? Deculian's abilities pale compared to his ancestors. Indeed, there are many tales saying his talent is negligible. Ha ha ha. Mocking laughter fills the room. Hearing this, Sylvia inexplicably feels annoyed. How has he lived until now? Doesn't anyone worry about him? It's pitiful. It really makes me uncomfortable. Despite the murmured gossip from the mages, Desikan continues to call. The current head of the Eucline house, Deculian. Still no answer. The current head of the Eucline house, Deculian. The atmosphere grows heavier. The current head of... Before Desikan can call a third time, the door suddenly bursts open. All eyes immediately turn that way. Deculian's figure appears, stepping slowly into the hall. Before fully entering, he brushes the snow off his coat. He adjusts his slightly messy hair, then speaks in a steady, deep voice.
Deculian von Grahan Eucline, present.
The entire room falls into a brief silence. The current head of the Eucline house has finally arrived. Seeing Deculian appear, everyone in the meeting room is momentarily stunned, glancing at one another for an instant. But no one speaks, as if all understand tacitly. The silence hangs with an indescribable tension. Thus, the meeting begins in silence and proceeds swiftly, without a wasted word. The first issue brought up for discussion is the monster that appeared on the Black Mountain. Essential of the Brand House speaks calmly, her tone measured but sharp. The appearance of a dark magic on the map is extremely serious. Therefore, we must issue directives to each magic faction, or cooperate with the Holy Church. At the same time, we need to dispatch mages to suspected areas to inspect and monitor. The discussion continues smoothly, without a hitch. The first item on the agenda passes easily, like water flowing through a crevice. The head of the Brand House speaks with authority. Since no house objects, the proposal is approved without impediment. Not long after, a female guard enters and announces in a steady voice, "We will take a short recess." At that moment, Deculian finally exhales, thinking with fatigue laced with irritation. "I'm exhausted. I've run like a madman, not resting for a single minute, just to make it to this damned meeting. Now both my physical strength and my mana are depleted." Yet his face remains composed and cold, as if nothing could unsettle him. Deculian's traits and character are astonishingly resolute, like a rock standing firm in a storm. Shortly after, people begin to stand, the sound of chairs shifting here and there, figures moving toward the door to leave. At the same time, a hurried voice calls out, "Professor Deculian." Turning, he sees Alan running up, panic on his face, sweat streaming down his brow. He stammers, "Professor, are you okay? I'm sorry I'm late. So I wasn't allowed to attend this important meeting." Deculion, however, simply replies, his tone calm as a still lake, "I'm fine, don't worry." But inwardly he thinks, with a trace of suspicion in his gaze, "Now I can no longer look at this child with the same pure eyes as before, because now I know he is hiding his identity. But why does he do this? For what purpose?" Deculion broods, his eyes cold as a blade. He recalls a line from a famous movie in his previous world, then says aloud, "Alan, from now on stand by my side. Understand?" Hearing this, Alan is astonished, his eyes wide. He can only utter a surprised yes. The line Deculion had in mind was, "Keep your friends close, but keep your enemies closer." Keeping him close and watching is the safest choice for now. Someday he will know who Alan truly is. Scene after the short recess. Everyone has returned to the meeting table, footsteps echoing through the vast space. The chair's voice rises again, deep and steady. The next issue we must discuss is how to deal with the Blood-Y mages who have appeared recently. As soon as the declaration ends, the room's atmosphere changes instantly, tenser, heavier, like a storm approaching. Deculion quickly realizes this, thinking, such a sensitive issue certainly won't be resolved easily. Immediately after, a thump on the table rings out, making the whole room vibrate, as if the ground had cracked. Bedden of the Beerad house shouts angrily, his voice growling like a beast. "Those Blood-Y are no different from a nest of filthy cockroaches. They proliferate by sneaking into our society and gradually corrode this land in a disgusting way." In response, Essenzel's face briefly darkens as she retorts, her tone equally sharp. "What evidence do you have to say that? We have no way to distinguish Blood-Y from other races." Before she can finish, Bedden roars, drowning out all other sounds. "Then we just need to find a way. There must be some clue, some distinguishing trait of their race. We must eliminate them as soon as possible, using the royal magic at the Mage Tower." Essenzel shouts angrily, eyes blazing like fire. "Old Bedden, watch your words. Eliminate them all? What the hell are you talking about?" Sitting to the side observing, Deculion is not surprised, only musing to himself, "I knew their views would clash like this." No one knows his thoughts as Fat Bedden continues to shout, his tone growing more aggressive. "I don't know the reason, but the Blood-Y are recognizing one another and gradually gathering into groups. They must have a leader guiding them. Moreover, we have no idea what they're plotting when they act like this." At this, Essenzel can no longer hold back. She slams the table with a thunderous bang, the sound echoing like thunder. "That's just your one-sided speculation." Bedden refuses to yield, growling, "Speculation? The leader of the Blood-Y is hiding and secretly recruiting more followers while we have no idea what they're scheming. Doesn't that disgust you?" On hearing this, the other representatives nod in agreement. Old Bedden continues loudly, triumph in his voice. "Yes, 60 years ago, countless mages died because of your hesitation." After that remark, the atmosphere falls into an impasse. No one speaks, as if the space has frozen. After a moment of silence, Giltheon suddenly turns his gaze to Deculion and speaks, in a low, loaded tone. "Then, Deculion of the Eucline house, what do you think? Everyone knows your house is a great demon-hunting lineage, long on the front lines of the fight against these demons." Hearing the question, Deculion falls silent for a moment, thinking, "As someone of this era, I understand situations like this. Hatred born from abandoning reason on matters like these always leads to unnecessary misery. However, putting all that aside, suppressing the Blood-Y is a mistake. Even if I cannot stop them, I must delay this as long as possible to accomplish the main mission ahead. Because the true common enemy of this world is not the Blood-Y." He then speaks, calm but weighty. "For a long time, the Blood-Y have indeed been our common enemy. However, if you examine the records one by one, they all stem from some mistake." Old Bedden asks irritably, "A mistake?" He replies without wavering, "Yes, exactly. 237 years ago, during the Rodra Witch incident, Rodra was falsely accused of witchcraft and burned alive. Since that event, a large-scale persecution erupted, resulting in countless blood, people being killed. In response, they rebelled, and the cycle of slaughter continued. However, now things have calmed. And the incident you mentioned 60 years ago was actually a political matter. A magic or mine was discovered on Blood-Y land. Bedin still grumbles angrily. Politics? I think a Eucline, who seized that mine 60 years ago and slaughtered many Blood-Y people, has no right to speak like this. I'm certain they're a blood race born with magic aura. Their nature is brutal and warlike. The Eucline House. Those who specialize in exterminating demons like you surely know this better than anyone. Hearing this, Deculion remains calm, his gaze cold as ice. The tradition of our house is to hunt evil demons, not to massacre the Blood-Y. The old man shouts. The Blood-Y are demons. The atmosphere becomes tenser than ever, like a rope about to snap. Deculion continues, his voice low but forceful. Do you dare take responsibility for your words? Nearby, Alan remains silent, listening anxiously to the exchange, his hands clenched. Immediately after, Deculion's expression turns extremely serious as he emphasizes, don't casually label people as demons. Their bloodline is just red blood like ours. And those who utter such words may themselves be monsters even more cruel. Old Bedin is angered, his face flushed, but he cannot muster a rebuttal. Thus, the first meeting ends without any conclusion. The topic is postponed until the next day. Elsewhere, Giltheon speaks to his daughter with lingering affection. It's a pity I must leave you until the next meeting, my beloved daughter. Hearing this, Sylvia replies nonchalantly, it's only until tomorrow. We'll see each other again. He continues, by rule, each member of the Birched family must stay in a separate room. So, are you okay being alone? She answers, slightly annoyed. What are you talking about? Kids my age already have separate rooms. Don't treat me like a child. Hearing that, Giltheon's face shows sorrow as he mutters. My daughter no longer loves her old father. Sylvia is left speechless, unsure what to say, just standing and looking at her father. After a few seconds of silence, he smiles cheerfully and says, then I'll see you tomorrow, my daughter. The Birched area has a very high mana density, so at night all kinds of magical phenomena can occur. Read the hotel's rules carefully. She sighs and replies, yes, I'll be good, so you don't need to worry. Cut to Sylvia's resting quarters. At that time, she is holding a piece of paper, muttering, it seems these rules only sow fear in the children, so I can just sleep normally. Night falls, and while she is resting, a small yellow bird appears, perching nearby, its eyes sparkling like two gems in the dark. Not long after, Sylvia opens her eyes and rises, struck by a sudden thirst, her throat dry as a desert. She drags herself to the table, takes a glass of water and drinks. Each cool gulp flows down like salvation. Suddenly, her gaze shifts. A sense of danger spreads through the space, cold as a wind from an abyss. From behind, a stream of deathly aura slowly approaches, like a pitch-black curtain, gradually covering everything it passes and carrying the breath of death. Sylvia is startled and immediately takes a defensive stance, her whole body taut as a bowstring. She suddenly remembers the instruction sheet, thinking, the space suddenly turned into a corridor. Could I have done something wrong? Her heart pounds, her eyes dart around the room, now warped in a strange way, as if reality is being squeezed by an invisible hand. She hurriedly rereads the lines on the instruction sheet, her eyes scanning each sentence. One passage states, once you lie down and rest in bed, you must not leave it before sunrise. If you violate this, you may be transported to an unexpected place. At that moment, she breaks into a sweat, droplets running cold down her forehead. Sylvia realizes, so if you're in bed, you must wait until morning to leave. That's why I'm in this situation. A few days earlier, when she was in the second corridor, she didn't encounter this. But now she thinks, it seems this happens because the clan leaders and powerful people are nearby. Therefore, the ambient energy becomes denser and more easily altered. I've been too complacent and careless. I kept thinking that staying in my room would keep me safe, trying to stay calm. Sylvia tells herself in a trembling voice. Calm down. I need to calm down. But at that moment, eerie sounds suddenly come from the corridor behind. Low growls mixed with heavy footfalls, like a stalking beast. Along with them, a shroud of deathly aura moves closer, thick and chill as the breath of death. Sylvia perceives it. Her pupils immediately contract, fear kindling in her chest like a small flame about to burst into flame. She spins around, thinking, something is coming. Instantly, she runs along the corridor in the opposite direction, her small legs straining with all their strength. Very quickly, she saw a staircase glowing a deathly hue ahead, the strange light sparkling like a tempting invitation. But she suddenly remembered. The Rosary Hotel is a one-story building. Also, the instructions warned, never follow stairs that appear leading up or down. Her heart pounded. She gritted her teeth and kept running. Passing an open door, the light inside mixed with the faint deathly aura spilling out. The warnings resurfaced in her mind. If you encounter open doors in the corridor, do not enter those rooms. Sylvia shut her eyes, clenched her teeth, and dashed through the doorway, reassuring herself inwardly. Don't panic. I remember a door ahead, and it will surely help me get out of this. She arrived moments later, immediately knocked and called out in a trembling voice from fear. Is anyone in there? Please help me. But terror filled her head as another warning rang out. If someone suddenly knocks on your door at night, do not respond or make any sound. Sylvia feared the person inside would see her as a threat and refuse to help. Desperate, she continued pounding on the door. Is anyone in there? Please help me. After several seconds with no response, the girl grew tearful with fear, her hands trembling as if about to collapse. Suddenly, the door swung open, warm light from within illuminating Sylvia's unready face. Along with it came a familiar, gentle voice. Out this late and lost, Sylvia? It was Deculion, standing there calm as a placid lake. Seeing him, Sylvia steadied somewhat, though her eyes still glistened and her tears had not yet dried. Deculion said, All right, come inside quickly. Sylvia hurriedly obeyed, softly replying, Thank you. Before long, the fireplace was lit, bringing warmth to the girl. Sylvia regained her composure and whispered, Sorry for troubling you. I carelessly left my bed at midnight and was randomly transposed into the corridor. Deculion showed no anger, answering calmly, Chaotic magic incidents happen often in Birched. Along with that, souls rendered unconscious by magic wander about and cause many hazards. He paused briefly, then added, You should have read the rules carefully so you wouldn't have gotten into trouble. Sylvia sat behind him, listening and observing, thinking. He always has a calm, composed face and a steady gaze. Has he endured so much loss and pain that he could ignore the rules and open the door to help me? While she was lost in thought, a cold growl suddenly came from behind. From the door crack, something like purple ichor crept through the gaps, slick and terrifying. It then transformed into a gruesome skull that screamed and lunged at her, its sharp teeth flashing in the dark. Sylvia froze in fear, but at that moment Deculion's composed voice rang out. Calm down, you don't need to be afraid. Immediately, two flying forms sped past the girl at extreme velocity, racing straight at that dark soul. In no time it was struck and began to disintegrate, turning to ashes before Sylvia's astonished eyes. It turned out those two streaks of light were shards of crystallized ice, hovering like razor-sharp blades. Sylvia exclaimed, Wonderful! That wandering soul really was shattered. Deculion replied softly, No need to be surprised. It's just a specialized killing spell. But still, it's nothing worth mentioning. He paused a moment, then continued, Because magic should not be created for the purpose of killing. Those words made Sylvia blush slightly, unsure how to respond. She looked at the flames before her and wondered, Isn't that the flowing flame? At that moment, Deculion glanced up from his book and replied softly, That's right. After that, Sylvia began casting a series of spells of various elements to catch his attention. Brilliant lightning, sturdy earth-shaping, soft wood, and a fiery fey blaze. But Deculion paid her no mind, his eyes fixed on the book as if she were nothing but a passing breeze. That made Sylvia somewhat angry. She thought to herself. He didn't even bother to glance at the glow in my hand. Should I do something more spectacular? But at that moment Deucalion's voice rose. You're doing very well. Sylvia blinked in surprise, and he continued, however, there's a slight instability in the wind circle you linked when you cast the fire spell. Those words surprised Sylvia. She hurriedly asked, Professor, where exactly is that instability? But Deucalion replied coldly, you should find that out yourself. That response irritated Sylvia a bit, and she protested. But you explained those details to Evelyn. Deucalion remained focused on his book and said indifferently, Evelyn discovered it on his own. I didn't just teach him. Sylvia bit her lip. While she was still a bit upset, Deucalion's voice rang out again. Try to rid yourself of impatience and haste. Sylvia. He paused briefly, then continued, you're still young and have much time to develop. As long as you keep striving, you'll soon achieve what you want. Deucalion tilted his head slightly, his voice carrying solid confidence. So, you can advance slowly but steadily. He closed the book and looked at the girl. After all, you are one of the 3 most promising and talented young mages in the world. Those words surprised Sylvia. Is this Deucalion's assessment of me? She recalled the things people had always attributed to her since she was very young. Oh my, what a genius! This girl will surely become a great archmage. With such power at her age, her future must be bright. Sylvia remembered that those lines were what she had always heard since childhood and still heard now. Stale social compliments she was sick of. But why did Deucalion's words feel so different? Like a sharp blade piercing her heart. Cut to not long after. Sylvia, exhausted, was given the bed to sleep on, her even breathing echoing in the quiet room. Meanwhile, Deucalion continued reading, his eyes scanning each line by the flickering firelight. Suddenly, a faint but strange surge of power caught his attention. He looked toward it outside, thinking, this power? Could it be? Not long after, Deucalion entered a forest, walking while pondering. I've received a warning. Aside from the birched meeting, this secluded mountain path is apparently also a forbidden area. It seems I might find a rarer-than-expected item here. At the same time, a ghost appeared behind him, its form vague but fierce. It lunged with aggressive gestures and a terrifying roar to intimidate him. But Deucalion did not react. He kept moving as if he didn't see it, his steps steady like a machine. Seeing this, the ghost began to sweat in confusion. It continued to follow, repeating its intimidating acts, growling, swinging, howling, but to no effect, like water on stone. After searching for a while and finding nothing, Deucalion suddenly stopped. The unexpected action startled the ghost, which stepped back. He turned and casually asked, Hey, have you seen any item here that holds a lot of magical power? But instead, the ghost, startled by the question, babbled and emitted meaningless groans, then ran off as if it had encountered something more terrifying than itself. That left Deucalion puzzled too. What on earth is wrong with it? He continued searching, and soon at last found what he wanted. Here it is! Before him lay a log emitting a steady stream of metallic golden power, brilliant like a sun imprisoned. As soon as he picked it up, the system immediately displayed information. Pure mana wood fragment. Details. A piece of a mana tree struck by lightning. This wood naturally contains a large amount of mana and has been refined by the lightning, making it an excellent material. Category: Special wood. Deucalion read the information and couldn't help exclaiming, Just as I thought. This is good stuff. He gripped the wood, calculation flashing in his eyes. Since coming to this world I've trained and researched relentlessly. But this body's abilities aren't what I'd hoped, so I've failed many times. With this wood I can craft a high-quality wand, and my power will surely increase. He stared at the piece in his hand, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. With effects like this, it's even better than I expected. Time quickly passed until the next morning. After a night's rest, the clans returned to the conference table to continue the unfinished meeting. However, the atmosphere this time was far tenser, like a string pulled nearly to breaking. Fat old Bedon roared angrily. Their blood flows with demon essence, right? Then aren't they demons themselves? Hearing that, Deucalion did not flinch and immediately retorted in a cold, blade-like tone. That's an absurd viewpoint. If you add salt to water, do you call the water salt? The heated debate between Deucalion and Bedin surprised many at the conference, eyes exchanging doubtful glances. Buzzing talk filled the room like a disturbed hive. Is Deucalion siding with the enemy? It seems so, but I thought he was deliberately acting to bait the opponent into exposing themselves. On another side, Uncle Gilthian pondered with a keen, sword-like gaze, snorting coldly. What exactly is the picture Deucalion is trying to paint? What is he plotting? Across the room, Sylvia looked at her father, reflecting inwardly. She was certain that not only her father but everyone here thought the same. They believed Professor Deucalion must have a deep reason for siding with the enemy. But she was different. His words from last night still echoed in her mind like an indelible melody. They're all wrong. He's only stating the obvious truth. While the argument raged on unbearably, a commanding voice rang out, cutting everything off like a decisive stroke. Enough! It was the respected elder, who declared in a deep tone. An official conclusion cannot be reached in circumstances lacking consensus. The issue concerning the Blood Y clan will be placed on tomorrow's agenda. Now focus on discussing other matters. Unlike the Blood Y topic, the remaining items were approved quickly, like wind sweeping across an empty field. After a few days, the formal meeting adjourned, and people left the hall one by one, footsteps echoing in the quiet space. Host Bedin, unable to claim the upper hand in the debate, angrily barged into Deucalion to vent, his shoulders slamming into him like a sulking child. Deucalion furrowed his brow, watching that childish display with irritation. He only wants to win this because of important tasks ahead. Yet that inadvertently creates more enemies. Cut to the next day at the Birched shopping district. Deucalion and his assistant were strolling through a shop specializing in magical instruments, the air tinged with the scent of old wood and thick mana. He held glittering gems in his hand, their light reflecting like tiny stars in his palm. Thoughts crowded his mind. I need to craft a wand before returning to the academy. But which material is best? I've never tried this before. It's hard to choose. Suddenly Alan's gaze turned to the entrance as if someone had just come in. He immediately called out, "Professor!" Deucalion turned his head and raised an eyebrow, asking, "What's the matter?" Alan excitedly pointed at the newcomer. "That's my hero. Thanks to him I was able to get here safely." Deucalion was briefly surprised, but quickly regained his composure. The newcomer was Lilia Premen, Deputy Director of the Security Bureau. She smiled softly. "What a coincidence, you're here too, Professor Deucalion?" Soon after, the two decided to go to a town eatery to talk. Deucalion thought it was also a way to show his gratitude to her for helping Alan arrive safely. Sitting in the restaurant, Lilia smiled warmly. "Thank you for inviting me to this meal, Professor Deucalion. I know discussing this matter over dinner may be inappropriate, but the investigation is nearly concluded." "What happened to my escort, Varen?" Deucalion answered calmly. "He was killed in an enemy ambush. They either died or fled, so there was nothing more we could do." Lilia nodded. "I understand." While the servers continued bringing out dishes, only Alan seemed delighted, his eyes shining at the fragrant plates. Seeing Deucalion's calm expression, Lilia couldn't help but be suspicious, thinking, "What I'm seeing is completely different from what I was told, isn't it?" She suddenly recalled her recent conversation with Lockhart. By direct royal order, the Imperial Security Bureau had decided to escort Lockhart to Low Kodak, the most notorious prison. It was the inevitable sentence for him after murdering innocent mages. In the interrogation room, Lilia crossed her arms, tone somewhat weary. "Do you have anything more to say?" Lockhart remained silent, his eyes lost in thought as if trying to reorder his chaotic mind. Lilia continued, "So you intend to stay silent throughout the interrogation?" Suddenly, she said something that surprised Lockhart. "Activate your power." Her gaze turned icy, her voice low and authoritative. Immediately, a smile spread across his face. Energy filled the room, disabling all recording devices. Now the place was a private space for the two of them. Lilia slammed her hand down on the table, eyes blazing with fury. "Idiot! How many times have I told you not to go out causing trouble? Why do you keep making things worse? Because of people like you our race is seen as demons. Lockhart only smiled and said nothing. Lilia ground her teeth, full of rage. If you didn't carry that blood, I would have killed you long ago. If this truth is exposed, not only you but I will suffer pressure from the other clans. Lockhart laughed. You think you can escape this empire? Lilia replied. We can, as long as we don't reveal our race's secret. Lockhart's tone grew serious. No, we were born with the power of demons. The only thing they fear is that power. Lilia shouted. Shut up. The Blood Y clan isn't the only one with special abilities. Lockhart continued. Also, why did you provoke Deculian? We've been watching the Ukline clan for a long time, haven't we? Lilia replied softly. You mean you want him dead? Lockhart was momentarily stunned. Lilia only said, we're only observing. But if he keeps causing trouble, we will have no choice but to eliminate him. Hearing that, Lockhart's expression suddenly changed. Don't do that. He's a true noble. We don't need to kill Deculian. His answer shocked Lilia. A true noble? What nonsense are you talking about? Are you insane? I have stacks of documents proving the crimes he committed. Lockhart replied. Remember the conversation at the cemetery. Deculian once asserted that the blessing he received proved the Blood Y clan are not monsters but humans. His eyes then held no hint of deceit. In that gaze there was only one thing, righteousness. If there were more people like Deculian in this world, things would change. The Blood Y clan could live alongside others without being stigmatized. Lockhart declared decisively. He didn't kill me, even though Deculian knew I belonged to the Blood Y. Lilia was briefly surprised but quickly regained her composure. Sneering, Ha! You don't realize that the ancestors of Ukline were the ones who led the oppression and slaughter of the Blood Y. Lockhart answered, Of course I know. But if we treat their descendants the way they treated us, aren't we admitting we're the monsters? Lilia frowned. What are you saying? That family has never stopped intending to eliminate the Blood Y completely. You yourself already said that. Lockhart countered. How long do you think you can sit in that seat of power before you're caught? Lilia shrugged. Calm. This is my life. There's no way for them to distinguish a Blood Y from an ordinary person just by appearance or lineage. Lockhart gave a bitter laugh. But isn't there something we can't touch? Lilia replied. Are you stupid? I have no reason to mess with that at all. She absent-mindedly changed the subject. Anyway, the current emperor's health is failing. Someone will replace him sooner or later. We just need to observe how the successor treats the Blood Y, then decide our next move. Until then, it's best to stay silent and wait. She looked at Lockhart and smiled coldly. As for you, sit quietly in prison. Back in the present, Lilia continued watching Deculian intently, eyes fixed on him. How could someone like him be a true noble? He looks no different from the others. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps caught her attention. The strong smell of alcohol hit her. Lilia quickly covered her nose, irritated by the pungent scent coming from across. A voice called out, What's going on? I have nothing to say to you. It was the blond man whom Deculian had publicly scolded at the previous banquet. He was furious then but powerless. Perhaps now he's returned for revenge. His tone was arrogant and smug. Oh really? I have a few things I'd like to hear from you. Seems like there's something dark in your soul. At the same time, at the Frieden mansion, Julia fell silent, unable to believe what she had just heard, her voice trembling. What? Say that again. The captain standing before her looked stunned. He understood this was a truth too hard to accept. Varen had fallen in the recent mission. Every word struck Jully like a thunderbolt. She was shocked by a reality she had never dared imagine. Immediately Jully ordered, voice trembling but resolute. Get ready. I want a satisfactory explanation from Deculian the moment he returns. Back with Deculian's group. At that moment Helm entered with an arrogant bearing, prompting Lilia to judge him inwardly. This man must be the head of the Rewind family. She wondered, what on earth is happening here? Unaware of her inner thoughts, Helm's voice dragged on, sounding like someone who'd been guzzling too much wine. You really surprised me with what happened at the meeting. I keep wondering, why did you act that way? Do you really intend to provoke another family? That question keeps nagging me. I can't shake it. What's the real reason? Don't tell me you're siding with the blood. Why? You come from a demon-hunting family. Faced with those provocative accusations, Deculian's face remained calm, showing no emotion. By contrast, Julia, seated across, widened her eyes in shock. She cried out inwardly, while Helm continued speaking in his drunken manner. Didn't you once want to wipe them out completely? What made you change your mind? Back then you declared that those low, filthy creatures didn't deserve to exist. Even your essays criticizing the blood are still kept at that university. Helm stepped up close to Deculian, voice dripping with sarcasm. Or did you find a blood to enslave for your research and now you're defending them? Hearing those insults, Alan couldn't contain his anger and slammed his hand on the table. How dare you? Stop insulting our lecturer. However, not giving his subordinate more to say, Deculian slowly wiped his mouth, still calm. Calm down, Alan, it's fine. His brain has rotted into a lump of stinking cheese, which is why he's spouting nonsense here. I understand. Upon hearing this, at first the blonde grit his teeth in anger, but forced a smile to save face. All right, let's see how long your arrogance lasts. I heard the deadline for your research presentation is only 6 months. 3 months? I'm really looking forward to seeing your miserable face. It should be entertaining. With that, he turned his back and left, leaving Julia heavy-hearted, her hands trembling slightly. Deculian is standing up to everyone to side with the blood. Why? Is that really Deculian? Unbelievable. She suddenly recalled the earlier conversation with Lockhart. Was what he said true? A few days later, at a magical supplies shop before leaving the city of Birched, Deculian visited one of the most renowned wand makers and commissioned the crafting of a staff, a task to make a wand for himself. He inadvertently completed a side quest when crafting Loclock's wand with the following requirements. Gain significant fame or infamy, become benevolent or cruel, use high-grade materials to attract Loclock's attention, and visit the shop at least twice. Because Loclock is such a famous smith, it seems Deculian had visited before, so an unknown side quest was completed without his knowledge. After finishing matters at the high-level conference, Deculian and his assistant boarded the train back to the academy. On the train back to the Empire, Deculian and Alan were forced to share a carriage with Vethan. He made no effort to hide his murderous intent and hostility. Fortunately, no serious conflict occurred during the journey. Deculian pondered everything that had happened. At last, this long trip came to an end. At the station, people streamed by busily. Alan stretched tiredly after the long trip and asked Deculian, Professor, there's only one more train left. Will we soon see any scenery other than falling snow? Before he finished speaking, a squad of swordsmen led by Julia approached. They had come to question Deculian about several matters. He greeted softly. Is that you? Julia answered, but her face was darkened, gloomier than ever. She seemed unable to accept Varen's death. Her voice lowered with a hint of choking. I heard you were ambushed on the trip. Fortunately, you are safe. Deculian nodded slightly and replied quickly. Thank you. Perhaps you already know about Varen. For someone who always cares for her subordinates like Julia, this must be hard. Deculian glanced at the soldiers behind her, wondering what she had heard. They did not look pleased that he was the sole survivor. Julia suppressed her emotions, clenching her hands, voice trembling with pain. I read the news already. I heard you cooperated with him to save other passengers. Is that right? I just want to ask one thing. She gritted her teeth, voice shaking. How did he sacrifice himself? Silence fell over the space. Everyone expected reproach, but instead it was mourning for the deceased. Someone Julia once loved and cherished. Her eyes fixed on Deculian, filled with an irreparable pain and loss. Deculian met that gaze, bewildered and unsure what to do. Some truths, if spoken, only increase the listener's suffering. They stared at each other in silence as the heavy atmosphere settled. Deculian wrestled with whether to tell Julia the truth, that Varen had intentionally tried to kill him, that it had all been a prearranged plan. The confrontation ended in an unexpected way. At first he meant to speak, but now, standing before her, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Should I tell Julia the truth about what happened that day? But if I do, it would be too cruel to her. Julia's resolve was not easily shaken, but her heart was not strong enough to bear such a harsh truth. If she knew, she would surely blame herself, carrying guilt and torment forever. Julia was the kind of person who always took responsibility for her subordinates' mistakes and punished herself. Some things are perhaps better left unknown. If facing others' anger for hiding the truth is the price, Deculion was willing to pay it. While he hesitated, the conductor's voice broke the silence. Train number 4 is preparing to depart for the Empire. Ticket holders, please board immediately. Around them, passengers began moving hurriedly. Deculion could not prolong the conversation any longer and spoke slowly. That's hard to explain. He was overly emotional. At Deculion's answer, Julia's expression darkened and she sighed sadly. More than anyone, she knew what Varen was like. Some of her worries seemed to ease. Julia bowed in thanks. I understand. We will set out to search for him now. Please get some rest. The squad of swordsmen quickly departed, leaving Deculion standing there with a cascade of thoughts and questions. He recalled the moment Varen hung outside the train. Ironically, he was no different from him. Intense emotions can make people lose reason, but after all is said and done, what is truly right? After the swordsman left, Alan immediately voiced his indignation. They were rude, Professor. We were victims of that attack too, yet they looked at us with such displeasure. Deculion replied calmly, It's fine, they're just fools. Suddenly, a familiar voice called from behind. Why did you hide that? It was Sylvia, who was also returning to school on the same train as Deculion. He turned, puzzled. Huh? Hide what? Sylvia quickly reached into her bag, took out a book, and handed it to Deculion. She said softly, This is a gift for you. After saying that, she immediately turned away and hurried off. Seeing this, Alan couldn't hide his surprise. Professor, what is that? Deculion sighed, voice revealing exhaustion. I don't know either. This journey had been truly long, and even with everything over, he still felt drained. All he wanted now was to return home and rest as quickly as possible. Deculion signaled to Alan. Let's head back. Yes, Professor. While on the train back to the academy, Julia and her knights arrived at the crime scene, which was a short distance from the 4th stop, less than an hour from Birched. An officer from the security bureau was there and began explaining the situation. When the first attack occurred, Professor Deculion had worked to secure the train and helped rescue the survivors along with the knight Varen. He said, then presented photographs taken by the photographer for their review. Look here. The train was attacked a second time, causing the entire convoy to plunge off the cliff. During that, it appears knight Varen fell with the train. But strangely, the VIP carriage where Professor Deculion stayed the whole trip was mysteriously suspended in midair. Sadly, the area is so remote that only eyewitness accounts from those on the train serve as testimony. You've read the article, I assume? We have, Julia replied. I read it before coming and saw the photo of Professor Deculion calmly sitting in the carriage suspended in midair. The officer smiled smugly and added, perhaps the head professor subdued the attackers. No exaggeration. He was like a one-man army. Ha ha ha. However, the knights could not laugh. The man they respected was gone, while the one they disliked survived. Sensing the tension, the officer quickly concluded, in short, based on what we gathered, both survived the first attack, but knight Varen did not survive the second and fell down the cliff. After hearing that, Julia bowed politely in thanks. Another knight asked, Did you find anything left behind by knight Varen? None, the officer answered. What about whoever was behind the ambush? Sorry, we cannot investigate this. There is an unspoken rule against probing crimes that occurred on the road to Birched. While the knights continued trying to ask for more details about the attack, Julia quietly stepped to the cliff's edge and peered down to where Varen and the train had fallen. Below was the bottom of a misty gorge, a white expanse stretching endlessly to the horizon. Just seeing it, Julia recalled a distant memory. I lost my right arm, she thought. I never expected you to leave like this. Julia thought she had grown used to losing comrades, but memories of Varen's hard life surged back. He was a nobody who rose from the lowest class, steadfastly pursuing his dream from childhood. After countless hardships and ceaseless effort, Varen finally achieved what he sought, Yet now he lay here. What exactly happened back then? Cut to the Ukline family manor. Deculion had just returned from the long journey. He was greeted by the piercing shout of his sister, Uriel von Dellen Ukline. She had learned he'd spent money on frivolous items and exploded in anger. I've put up with you for far too long. I thought you'd changed, but you bought those things with the family check, didn't you? Seeing her mistress enraged, Steward Roy rushed over to soothe her. Mistress, please calm down. Uriel brushed Roy aside and continued scolding. You've already forgotten what I told you, haven't you? Our family isn't overflowing with wealth. At this rate, the Ukline family won't last 2 months, you idiot. Hearing that finances were near rock bottom, Deculion worried, recalling that the cost of the wand-making exceeded his estimates by far. So this is the consequence of overspending, he thought. The family's finances will only hold for 2 more months? It seems I need to do something. Deculion spoke to reassure them. Calm down. I have a way to make more money. Uriel asked in surprise, how? Deculion did not rush to explain. He led Uriel and Steward Roy to the storage room containing the items he'd bought at the auction. Uriel, suspicious, asked, Why did you bring me here? Are all these things just items you bought to show off your wealth? Knowing she saw him as a spendthrift, Deculion said helplessly, Wait and you'll understand. Also, you should speak more like a lady. You'll be the next head of the demon-hunting family. What? You like to nitpick my choice of words? I'm angry because you're the one who's driving the Ukline family to ruin. Steward Roy hurriedly interjected. Mistress, please calm down. At first, Deculion didn't understand why the auction items exuded an air of wealth. He had thought of them as an investment similar to art in the real world. But recently, while preparing the trip to Birched, he realized a way to use them to generate profit. Thinking that, Deculion activated the Midas hand skill. A beam of light issued from the porcelain vase. Seeing him stand motionless, Uriel, disappointed, said, You brought me here and then just put your hand out. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Mistress, please be cal. Roy hadn't finished speaking. Deculion cut in. I'll take these items back to auction. Go fetch someone who can appraise them. Uriel, shocked, shouted, What? You only just bought them and now you plan to sell? Antiques should be kept. Those items won't even fetch half of what you paid. Silence, Deculion replied. Not wanting to argue further with Uriel, he ordered Roy. Go call an appraiser right away and move these items. Although puzzled, Steward Roy had no choice but to comply. Deculion turned back to the porcelain vase he'd used his skill on. Information appeared before his eyes. A flower vase by a master Eastern artisan. The master's heart and soul, along with his talent, went into crafting this vase. Touched by the Midas King's hand, it awakened. Special effect. The flowers in the vase will never wilt, and each petal has a healing effect ranging from mid to high tier. Deculion smiled proudly. A vase once worth 2.5 million LNE had now become a treasure he was reluctant to sell. Seeing 2 servants trembling as they carried the vase, Deculion warned, Be careful, it's very precious. Uriel gaped, speechless. Regaining her composure, she asked, Are you really going to sell all of that? Do you intend to bankrupt our family? Deculion answered confidently, We'll make money. Don't worry. Uriel snapped, Don't tell me to calm down. Seeing she didn't believe him, Deculion changed the subject. Oh, it's time for work. I'm off. Uriel helplessly yelled. Cut to the tower of Arcane Magic University. In the Magic Exploration Club room, Ephraim was playing cards with classmates. She laid down her hand. 3 high cards and a pair of 8s.
Sylvia gasped. No.
How can you be that lucky? Another cried. Indeed, Ephraim's already won 3 rounds. Haha. I'm excused from cleaning for a week. Hearing Ephraim's triumphant laugh, another complained. I was so close to winning. If only I had 1 more card. Ephraim smugly grinned. Don't make excuses for losing. Heh. Surrounded by the lively atmosphere, Ephraim felt as if she were living a dream. I come from the Viscount family, she thought. I never even dared dream of attending the academy before. Since arriving at the Tower of Arcane Magic, people have disliked me for no reason. Not only students, but even some professors treated her unkindly. So much has happened, but now I'm here in this club with friends. I'm really starting to love this simple magic exploration club. Sylvia, surprised, looked at Ephraim and said, "We're just a normal magic exploration club." Ephraim, watch your words. Ephraim nodded. Sorry, I was wrong. Just then, the door flew open. A booming voice shouted, "You foolish kids, what is this? What the hell is this club doing?" Another man appeared, looking pleased. "I told you, Professor. These low-born commoners just take up space in the tower and do pointless things." Ephraim fell silent. It was Professors Retlan and Lovelock. Whenever anything involving commoners came up, they made a scene. Glancing at the club's name, Professor Retlan angrily barked, "The Ordinary Magic Exploration Club? Ridiculous. I'm asking what you all are doing here. Cat got your tongue?" Ephraim didn't know how to respond. Thoughts raced through her head. Though this wasn't a friendly visit, she had anticipated it. "I must handle this properly. We submitted a club formation plan and it was approved. We are an official club," she replied. Professor Retlan accused her of lying, angrily pointed at Ephraim's face and snarled, "Speak! Who authorized this foolish club to be formed? Wait, you're that lowborn kid who was punished before, and now you're at it again?" Hearing him repeatedly call her lowborn, Ephraim's gaze grew cold, and a surge of urge to rush forward and kill him rose within her. "Ah! Look at this insolent brat. You dare glare at a professor? Look away now!" Retlan barked. Sylvia quickly advised, "Ephraim, calm down. We don't need to be afraid." Lovelock snickered as Ephraim's group was cornered. Professor Retlan continued to interrogate. "All right, if you are so confident, then tell me who permitted you to establish this ridiculous club? I don't believe any professor at this academy would allow such a club to be formed." Hearing familiar footsteps, Ephraim looked in that direction. Thinking she was startled and couldn't explain, Retlan grew more smug. "See? I knew it. No professor here would permit this club." Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. "It was I." Professor Retlan startled and turned to find Deculian standing there. He glared at the old man and asked, "I was the one who permitted it. Do you have a complaint?" Feeling the enormous magical power in his words, Retlan's spine chilled and his legs trembled with fear. Ephraim wondered, why is Professor Deculian here?